Good evening, midnight listeners. It is Monday, and yes, you're listening to the Midnight Ocean, coming to you live from the Nature's Coast in the heart of Florida. I hope everybody had a great weekend. Now it's time to get back to business. That's right, getting back to business. Tonight we have a great show lined up for you. We're going to have Dr. Mary Wingo going to join us at the bottom of the hour talking about stress. We all got it. Some of us more than others. So we'll talk about that and the effects on the human body and things that you can do to improve the quality of life, because that's what it's all about here at the Midnight Ocean. That just reminds me, you can reach us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. That is www.themidnightocean.com. Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter at the MN Ocean, and you can TMO guest, TMO, hashtag TMO host. Wow. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope you guys spent it well with your families, traveling and such, and working around the yard. Yep, that's what it's all about. You need to do it. Tonight's hat is NASA. Don't know why. Just decided to pull that one out. We got a jam-packed show for you tonight. We have a couple new things, viewer suggestions we're going to implement. We have a ghost story from a listener, Helen. We're going to read that on the air. We're also going to feature a group who does a paranormal research and helps those in the Gary, Indiana area. So we'll talk about that. And at the bottom of the hour, of course, we will bring Mary on, Dr. Mary Wingo, and talk about stress. One of the other things, too, I will tell you, we have done over the weekend, we added a whirlpool. That's right. You can go out to our website at themidnightocean.com. You'll see in the red bar, it says whirlpool. What that is that is an interface into our YouTube chat for those that are on handheld devices or on the computer or whatever and want to join the chat room but don't want to join YouTube. Now, you do have to, have a Google account or something like that. We're not going to let just any Yahoo in. That can get kind of interesting. So yes, you can click on the whirlpool. It will bring up in your Palm device or whatever you guys are using. You can put that in there. Mr. Samaritan, I don't know why. I'm looking in the chat room and, we also added a new feature called Nightbot to our chats to keep it clean. Had some issues. One of the things, guys, I want to say, and I understand people are passionate. I get it. I am just as passionate. If you know me, I am just as passionate as the next guy, especially when it comes to politics. But I will tell you that there's a time and place for it, right? Caught a couple of people on Facebook. We had an excellent, outstanding show with Mr. Ed Roman on Friday, and people up there putting in anti-Obama, anti-Hillary. And I get it, guys. I'm right there with you. Let me say that. But, there's not a time and place. You don't, I don't know. I don't know why it's blocking you. Why Nightbot is blocking you on the side. I don't know what you're saying. Maybe it's you're trying to post a URL. Don't post a URL. So we had to implement some of these things to kind of do that. We ask that you keep the chat to the subject at hand. And I get it, guys. Please understand. I'm not trying to do it, but we want to, for those that are coming in to learn about a topic that we have at night and stuff, we ask that you keep the chats and everything at the subject or matter at hand. And then, I know Sentinel, I'll reach out to him personally. I'm sure he'll reach out to me. And, we'll figure out why you're getting blocked, but it's already, it's already, blocking people. But So we have that. The other thing too, so we have the Whirlpool up and running, so you can click on that. You can listen to the device. We have the player there, and then you can also participate in the chat room. So that's a new feature that we've added. This week, man, we got a jam-packed show for you once again. Just kick it off tonight with Dr. Mary Wingo talking about stress in your life. So stay tuned at the bottom of the hour. The other thing too, like I said earlier, is that we do have a new thing that we're going to be doing. We're going to be reading stories, submissions from listeners. This one actually comes to us from Helen, and I know it comes to us across the pond. Now, one of the things that we tell people when you submit, don't worry about, spelling or anything like that. Well, I mean, we're going to make it, we'll clean that up, but we will read these as written. And, this, obviously the writer of this story comes to us from overseas, from across the pond. And so some of the terminology is a little bit different, like telly. If you don't know what a telly is, that's a TV. Mum. MUM is mom. Just little things like that. I think you guys can figure it out. But once again, this is from Helen. My mom would visit the two brothers' graves every week to make sure it was kept up and clean. And she gave me some artificial flowers that I kept in an urn water jug. Years down the line, I moved about. In different houses, they would come to me. Now, I've always been open to spirits, so I thought nothing of it when things started happening in my home. Sometimes I would speak to it. Other times it would just freak me out. My telly would come on at 3 a.m. most of the nights. Nothing electrical would ever last. I went through so many Hoovers and stereos. New light bulbs would only last 3 days before I would either find them smashed on the floor or sometimes just on the floor without a crack in them. I lived on my own with my two daughters at the time, and I would stay at my mom's with the girls when I could. One night I had to go home to change some clothes. So I left the girls with me mom and went to mine quickly. My home. While I was standing in the kitchen, a hanger on the door flew off, and I just ran out of my house as fast as I can. I turned the corner of my road. I knew if I looked back, I was going to see something watching me. So I carried on and did not look back. I moved shortly after the house I'm in now. I then met my husband, Mark, and we had our son, Marky. He was 12 weeks old when I got up at 5 a.m. for his feed. I laid him back down in the crib, all snug as you can do. And when I woke up 7 a.m. to get up for school for the girls, we found him happy and chirping away in his crib. But all of his baby gown was undone. His little legs out of the suit, his nappy was at the bottom of the cot. He seemed happy enough, but I was also so distressed. Things started to get bad most nights. We heard footsteps, banging, cold spots. My husband to this day says he was pushed down the stairs when he fell one night. There was a horrible atmosphere in this house. It didn't matter how many lights you had on or how many curtains that were open, light coming through it. It always seemed dark in here. Things carried on, and I just accepted it as it is. I didn't know what to do, and life carried on.
Your wish is my command.
Whoa. Whoa. I don't know if you guys heard that. My Siri, which is actually turned off, came on, and on the screen, it says, "Your wish is my command." There we go. Let me turn this all the way off. And if I hear anything,
I don't understand. Turn this all the way off.
I have never in all the years, because she is on silent, she is on mute. I just turn her off. That was bizarre. I've never had that happen. I've always had my phone on during the show. I turned the ringer off, but I've never had her come up. How bizarre. But getting back to this story, and I do apologize for that rude interruption. This is the time I need to look over my shoulders, right? Things started to get bad most nights as we heard footsteps banging cold spots. My husband, to this day, says he was pushed down the stairs when he fell one night. There was a horrible atmosphere in that house. It didn't matter how many lights you had on or the curtains that were open with lights coming through. It always seemed dark in here. Things carried on, and I just accepted it, as I didn't know what to do. So life carried on. Then when Marky was 10 months old, I woke one night for a glass of water. It was 2 a.m. I walked past my son, who was sound asleep in his cot, my husband asleep, and the girls were also asleep. I came down in the kitchen. As I got my water, I heard a thump on the ceiling and my son crying. And I just flew up the stairs to see my husband wide-eyed holding our child. I said, "What happened?" I knew the baby wasn't able to climb out of the crib, and he was asleep just 5 minutes ago. So my husband said the thump was, and Marky crying woke him up, and he jumped up and saw our son lying on the floor. That was the icing on the cake. It's one thing, like having to start with my baby, it's not happening. I went on a paranormal site and told my story. And I also found a number of paranormal teams to come to my home as I wanted answers. I booked a date for 1 month later. That was the quickest they could do. And they drove from Kent to Croydon. At half past 10 at night, they walked in and the main man got a hump. So he walked in and said he couldn't do it because I never told him my mom was here. My kids had gone for the night. I pleaded with them not to leave me, but they went. They left me feeling very scared, and I went back onto the group on Facebook and named and shamed them. I never know why they left that night. Then this medium lady had a dream and was shown round the house by a big gray-haired man who she described was my girl's granddad who passed the year before. And she said there was something in our home that you've got, someone's ashes in an urn pot. I said, no, but I do have some flowers of my uncle's grave in the urn water jug. She said, that's it. Get rid of them. Because you brought attachments to your home and they're not yours, your uncle's. Get rid of them now. And I did almost immediately. I felt a change in my home. That was 2 years ago. I've had nothing since, only my loved ones who are here with me, who let me know with signs. Thank you, Helen. Whoa. Helen, I do apologize for the interruption, for the rude interruption there. That's never happened to me in all the years. And I've always carried my my iPhone. Siri normally comes on when you push the button. I have the audible Siri turned off. And I didn't push the button. One hand was holding the script and the other one was on the soundboard. So that was bizarre. I was told the whirlpool sucks by some of our listeners out there. I'm going to get out here and check. If you want to join in the whirlpool, you can actually go out to the webpage at themidnightocean.com. It's working for me. I think what it is, Mr. Dan, is that there is a delay because you are listening live and not the YouTube delay. I think it works. I like it. Oh, I got you. I'm sorry. Dan in the chat room says it doesn't work that well in his tablet. I am sorry. We'll just have to shoot. That's it, Dan. I'm going to take the QA guy out in the back, and I'm going to shoot him after the show. I am. We're gonna fix him quickly. So if you guys listened to the show last week, you guys will know that spirits do attach themselves, Helen, to things. I believe when we had Miss Vigay on talking about possession and demonology, she said that they will actually attach themselves, as you know, as you told us in your story, they will attach themselves even to religious objects, things that you hold precious. So be careful. I do apologize, though, that you had such a bad experience with the team that you had come out. And that is actually a great segue. If you were here in the States, I could recommend a team for you. That's right. Paranormal Alert out of Gary, Indiana. Paranormal Alert, and alert actually means afterlife emergency response team. They are experts in helping you. They do EVP. They do all sorts of things. Let's just get right here. Get to their link here. But you can actually join them on, if you are a member of Facebook, you can put in Paranormal Alert, ALERT, right there on Facebook. But they're in South Haven, Indiana, and they do travel. They actually list, one thing that I like about these guys is that they list the phone number right there on the Facebook page. You can get in touch with them, and they will be glad to help you. So anybody that is experiencing, needs to know, needs answers, has hauntings, has poltergeist activity, and if you are in the South Haven, my old stomping ground, not too far. I used to go through South Haven quite a bit while I lived in Chicago. You can reach out to Paranormal Alert. I didn't get permission to give out their phone number or their email address, but like I said, you can type in, if you go to Facebook, you can type in Paranormal Alert, and I am sure they will be glad to help you. A little bit too far, like I said, though, for you, Helen. And it seems like you've identified what is going on. You know, one thing, I'm the same way, though, with Helen. You know, I can deal with crazy stuff, like just what happened. I can't explain why Siri turned on while I was reading that story. But, you know, one of the things that ghosts, spirits, things of that nature are able to do is manipulate electronics. We know that. Know it firsthand. And that was bizarre. Kind of threw me off guard. I want to go back and look at the video, see my face when that thing came on, because I was not expecting that. Not at all. So I will definitely take a look at that and see what's going on there. I intentionally turn off I know that Siri has a feature where you can say, "Hey Siri," and it will come on. I turn that off because that means that it's always listening. Like the Amazon Echo, it's always listening. So I turn those things off. The Echo, we do leave that one on because you really don't have a choice, and it's crazy. Big Brother is listening. We were talking about glasses. Sandy was talking about glasses with my sister-in-law Linda, and lo and behold, 2 weeks later, we got magazines for glasses. So I do know that they are listening there. Oh well, we walk through the house here at the Norton household and just say off the wall kind of things. Jihad. Allah la la la. Akbar. Just stuff, you know. It's not funny, but it is. You gotta, those things are built on data modeling. And so if you mess up their modeling, then it's no good to them. Or until they kick your door in. Whatever they decide to do first. Talking about, I don't know if you guys notice, I'm drinking out of my Sandy's cup, Puerto Rico. Congratulations to Puerto Rico, to Monica Puig. Won Puerto Rico's first gold medal ever in the Olympics. It's amazing. And she didn't do it like in some obscure, badminton or anything like that. She did in tennis. That's right. Yep. So she is, Monica Puig is Puerto Rico's first gold medal winner ever. So hats off. So in celebration, I'm drinking out of the Puerto Rico coffee mug with the symbol of Puerto Rico, the frog. I also want to let you know that tonight's coffee is brought to you by Tim Hortons. The best, worst coffee that you'll ever taste. That is awesome. I love Tim Hortons. For those that don't, if you ever get a chance, I'm telling you, it is well worth the drive. If you're within 200 miles of Canada or, any of the surrounding states, I think Ohio has a Timmy Hortons, Michigan, it's a Canadian company. It's well worth the drive. It really is. To say that you drank Tim Hortons coffee. It is real coffee. It's not the other stuff that people drink. And I joke about it. I say it's the worst, best coffee you'll ever drink, because you would expect, with all the hype, for it to be just phenomenal. And it's phenomenal in its own right because it's just darn good coffee. And it's not because it tastes like mud or it tastes different. It's just coffee. I think it's just the way that coffee should be. Now, when we get down into Puerto Rico, I'll tell you, we join the coffee plantations, go out there, and it's awesome. Sandy's Coffee, not named after my Sandy, but another Sandy in Puerto Rico. Love it. Good stuff. Now that is, but see, it's not like American coffee. I can't describe it. It's just one of those things that you just have to experience it in order to appreciate it. So in a few minutes, we're going to have stress expert Mary Wingo is going to be joining us, and we'll be talking about stress. Like I said, if you would like to join us on the web, go out to www.themidnightocean.com. We'd love to hear from you. If you have a Facebook group that you would want to get promoted on the site, please let me know. First, you have to actually join there are rules. You have to join the Midnight Listeners, and then you can nominate your group and we'll get them on. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. You can join us here live every Monday through Friday on YouTube and also on various podcast redistribution streams from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. When we get back from the break, we will bring in a stress expert, Debbie Wingo, Ph.D.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right, Andrew. I don't know why. And I always say, I got to get that fixed. That's right. You're listening to Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton, of course, as I am emailing the good doctor, Dr. Wingo here. Hopefully she'll be joining in a little bit soon. I think there was some confusion on start times, things of that nature. So hopefully she will get the message, give me a call, and we have that open. But we can trudge right along here. You learn in this business, things happen. You can't let it get you down. You can't be stressed out about it. Things happen, especially when you are, we talk about, someone was telling me that I need to put together a podcast on podcasting and everything. Now, I know that some of the stress that some of the stress that I create here is because of the level of sophistication that we do. Now, a lot of people will just do a simple podcast with radio, Spreaker, whatever, right? And that's okay. Hey, that is okay. But I like to throw in the mix of a little bit more produced show. So I require a little bit more, especially with the video. We just started 2 weeks ago and had, some Kodak issues, some video issues. So we had to work through those things, which led to some stress. But it's okay, because, as we got through the issues at hand, we were able to put together a product that is just outstanding. So stress is good and everything. So hopefully I see someone calling in here on the Kodak. I think this is the good doctor, Dr. Wingo. Let them get queued in here and added to the system. And I believe this is the good Dr. Wingo. Dr. Wingo, are you there?
I'm here. I'm not so sure about the good part, but I am here.
No, you're awesome. It's awesome. I was just talking about stress and how, producing these types of shows, and when you got so many things that have to come in alignment to pull them off, and how just doing these shows can be stressful in themselves. But I do apologize for the confusion earlier. And,
no problem at all.
That's it. But I didn't get to your bio. For those that don't know, we got Dr. Mary Wingo. She's a scientist, business person living in Ecuador. We'll talk about that, I'm sure. But she is originally from the United States. And you received your Ph.D. from the University of North Texas. So you're a Texas girl in psychology,
Yep.
Specifically human stress research. This field of study deeply challenged me to fully understand human adaptation, and its mechanisms require diving in deep at all levels of biology, ecology, psychology, and sociology, as well as economic and politics. Yes, I will say that stress pretty much is the constant in everything in life. I mean,
Well, it's basically all it is adaptation. There's nothing inherently good or bad. But what I try to do is elucidate the mechanisms of adaptation in a way, hopefully, that everybody can understand.
Yeah. And, I was thinking about this today, as I was thinking about the show, and you're absolutely right, with adaptation, because, even in our technology, and please bear, I was just envisioning this picture is that, we have all of the stresses of work and family and everything. And I don't think that compares to anything like the caveman. There's a commercial going on here in the States where a guy's eating a taco or some food item. And the whole premise of the commercial is be grateful that you didn't have to go out and hunt your food. As he's sitting there watching these animals, he's with a spear and he's hunting his food, but these animals look like they've got the best of him. That he's going to become part of their food. Food. And I was thinking about that today, is that, we have stresses, but it's nowhere near I guess the stress levels that our ancestors had, dealing with just things that we take for granted, that they had to deal with, just to survive, just to survive.
Well, actually, I'm gonna like go a little bit contrary to that line of thought, if you don't
Oh,
mind,
absolutely.
because what's really, because it seems like that would be the case,
Hmm.
but in actuality, in the last, I don't know, 50, 75, well, 80 years, since basically the modern age, past the industrial revolution, we have had, in the modernized world, an explosion of stress-related diseases that our caveman ancestors. It was, very, very rare to have these type of diseases, and I always thought that this was absolutely fascinating, this phenomenon. I couldn't, for the life of me, figure it out why that was so. But actually, our ancestors had stressors, but they were intense and punctuated. What we have stressors, but they just sort of kind of grind on day after day after day. That is where the toxic effect comes from.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, most of our ancestors probably never made it to get the heart disease and stuff. But yeah, I do understand that there's something to be said about the simpler life, and then, the compounding of stress that we live in this modern technology. I mean, I find, I don't know, there's times where I appreciate the world around us, and there's times where I wish I was on an island, right? But
Right.
I guess I would take the stress of trying to figure out how to build my shelter and how to feed myself. I would probably take that stress over the stress that we have, um, day to day. I mean, it's incredible. But I mean, I guess the dichotomy in all this is that we create a lot of our own stress, though. Do we not?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I mean, the for the longest time in history, in the history of science. Actually, my degree's in physiology, and not psychology. Although it does sort of, I have definitely gone into that, the realm of psychology and biopsychology.
Okay.
But basically, we are meant to be exposed to punctuated stress. And, especially now this is very, very unexpected, and this is something probably a lot of your listeners haven't thought of. But a major form of stress that our ancestors were not exposed to is a type of stress that puts a tremendous amount of load on your cognitive resources, on your executive functioning, on your frontal lobes. Okay, because your frontal lobes are actually your primary stress response organ, and and again, the use of our frontal lobes are actually very, very, very fragile, and prone to disruption because they are the evolutionarily speaking the newest part of our brain. But we have evolved the frontal lobe, or what they gave us the a competitive advantage, to solve problems and attenuate our stress rather than us, like most animals, having to be the slave of the environment and adjust our bodies to fit the stressor. Our frontal lobes allow us to manipulate the environment so that we can change the environment to fit us. And this is a big difference between the environment that we know now and also the Ecuadorian environment, which allowed me to come full circle, because they do not have the level of stress that folks in our culture do. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. How stress actually works.
Yeah. So how does, I mean, from a physical standpoint, how does stress work on the body, on the mind? How does it, to me, I feel like when I'm under a lot of stress, I feel fatigued. Is that because I'm I've got it's kind of like a how do I equate this? It's kind of like going to the gym, right? And working out. Does stress have the same level on your mind and on your brain and the chemistry in your brain as going to the gym does on your physical body? And, because I, to be honest with you, there's times when I'm put up under a lot of stress, I feel like I've been to the gym, or I've been running a marathon. I'm just that wore out. Are we finding the same chemical kind of effects, the same
Well,
physiological?
okay. Well, okay, this is where if I were you, I would be maybe, a little like concerned about feeling so much fatigue, because when you're at the point when you're feeling like extreme fatigue, you're already in the exhaustion phase
Mhm.
of the stress response. There's three different phases. And when you're constantly walking around, and a lot of this is due, there's actually five causes of stress in modernized society, but probably for a lot of us, the overtaxation of our cognitive resources, the overscheduling, the multitasking, the having the plate full, well, what we consider as Americans is sort of like a badge of honor.
Mhm.
Actually, in reality, over the long term, ends up costing us more than what we gain
Yeah.
in the first place.
Yeah.
It's a very, very expensive thing, and basically with stress, you've got two aspects. You've got the actual organism itself. So yeah, there's your own personal free will. What can you do? Can you eliminate? Can you take control of your life? Oh yeah, that's certainly that part. But then you also have the stress that's caused by your environment, which is, by definition, a bit beyond your control. And so that's what a big, big distinction of how like a lot of people conceive stress, um, um, you know, in the past versus how it is now. The thing about stress is that it's your adaptive mechanism. And ultimately, what it does, okay, physically, is it causes your body to become more plastic, or the tissues that are under stress to become more jelly-like and plastic until they can figure out the new configuration to form in order to adapt to whatever the environment demands.
Gotcha.
So you actually change states. And when you are constantly in that mode of changing states and like that sort of phase transition, that is going to put a tremendous amount of stress on your body. And that is also going to cause, that will also lead to the development of stress-related disease, stress-related disability, and possibly early death. It's a
Yeah.
very, very, very potent stressor in our society, especially in North America.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and you mentioned that there's 5 stages. What are those? What are those stages? What are the, and then obviously what's the
Well,
symptomology of each stage?
okay, well, what it is, it's five causes of stress. I was able, like, after 20 years of doing this, I was able to elucidate. And basically, well, I'll go over all five quickly here. We can take hours and hours if we wanted to, but I'll go over them really quickly here. The first one is complexity, is the over taxation of our frontal lobes, like we were just talking about a moment ago. The overscheduling, multitasking. What this does, our frontal lobes are our primary, like I said before, stress response organ. And they're meant to process novelty in our environment. They're there to solve problems, to help us adapt, to help us change the environment to suit us. Well, when we're walking around with high cortisol levels for a long period of time, a second set of receptors gets activated in the frontal lobes, and basically that functioning starts to shut down. So when we keep pushing ourselves in that realm, which a lot of us Americans are really guilty of, we will actually become more stupid and become more ADD. We will lose our concentration, our ability to solve problems. And on top of that, we will lose our ability to regulate our emotions. So that's one thing I noticed here in Ecuador. People, they just aren't as stressed, and they don't have as large of disruptions of mood that a lot of us that we do in the modernized world. We see a lot. So that's number one. Number two, this is surprising for a lot of people. It's simple inequality in society. Whenever you have a society that is unequal, where the fat cats, hint, hint, it's kind
Yeah.
of the society we're living in now,
Yep.
are basically hogging everything at the top, and the rest of us are scrambling. That causes our bodies to go in that adaptive phase shift to where we have to be more plastic in order to deal with scrounging around for the breadcrumbs of society. Because what we do when we're at the bottom of the totem pole, we have less availability to the best health care. We usually have the worst schedules, worst jobs, quality of jobs, usually most dangerous. It's a type of situation where we find ourselves having to always be on our toes, and especially for men. It's very true for men. And then number three is interesting. That's loss of social capital. We simply, and you see that when you compare that to communities here in South America, we just are not as engaged as we used to be. Back during the Industrial Revolution, the American society was very engaged in political, social, religious activities.
Correct.
We were a lot more social. And this is, and then, then again, the structure of our society, you have to, you get your degree, and of course there's no jobs in your city, so you have to move halfway across the U.S. And, and then again, your job's not all that secure, so it's not like you could really lay down roots. You're always thinking, well,
Yeah.
am I going to have to move? And this type of configuration is relatively modern. I mean, this is not a known force that we had to contend with in our recent past.
Yeah.
And that is one thing that was very different with the Ecuadorians, that are extremely different than our society.
Yeah.
And then sort of a little bit different, a segue into something different, is the derangement. Number four is the derangement and depletion of the human biome, which is consists of the little microbes that live in our gut, on our skin, and all of our orifices, and we've completely in the modernized, westernized world completely screwed that up because of our diets and our choice of pharmaceuticals, etc.
Yeah.
And the reason why this is a big deal is because these critters serve as functional extensions of our organ systems. They help with digestion, vitamin synthesis, endocrine and immune signaling, cellular growth. These are microorganisms interacting with your body in order to create extra, further physiological function. And so, of course, when we screw those up, our body's going to go into an alarm stress reaction. And that's something a lot of people don't think of. And finally, it's just chemical stress in general, which includes the loss of human biome, but just also just exposure in general to various, like I said, pharmaceuticals, processed foods, chemicals associated with hygiene, industrial chemicals didn't really exist in huge quantities or at all 20, 30, 50, 60, 70 years ago.
Yeah.
And what this does, this puts a tremendous burden on our metabolic system to try to break these down. And this also includes pollution of the air source.
Yep. So it looks like, okay, so obviously the good doctor is calling us from Ecuador, so not all the so we will probably get dropped off. And here we go. Dr. Wingo, are you there?
Yes, I
much
am
better.
here.
Much
I am
better.
here.
Yeah, you were talking. Right before you dropped off, you were talking about the bio side of the stresses in and our relationship to those things that help us, and you know, on the skin and in the gut, and the way that we've messed with those because of all of the chemicals and things of that nature, and environmental.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And then we go into like the environmental stressors, which again, a lot of this did not exist, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. So these are all very novel substances for which we lack the metabolic machinery to efficiently break down. So again, when we are exposed to these, our systems go into a very potent stress response. So yeah, those are like the five major reasons, and a lot of people haven't had the opportunity to ponder these reasons, but
Yeah.
they are what causes most of our problems in westernized society.
Yeah. Which is funny. I mean, I haven't, I can tell you that I'm an anti-pharmaceutical. So I look back at as you were going through, I was doing my little checklist, right? And I'm like, I don't do any type of medication because I just don't trust what's in it. Obviously my diet is a huge issue. So that one there. The chemicals, I mean, we use modern cleaners. I saw a special that
Yep.
CNN did where David Spurlock lived, clean, from all the stuff from the carpet, to the food, to the deodorants and everything. And it was amazing his response just in a matter of 1 month, how he responded to that. And, but I will tell you this is that, the big push here in the States are the hand sanitizers and everything. And I was adamantly against those from day one. I was never a big fan of those, of the, the hand sanitizers. And we're starting to see, diseases that have no cure. I mean, here in the States, I don't know if you heard about it, but lice, simple microbe such as lice now is no longer, it's not untreatable, but it's immune to all the current treatments here in the United States.
Oh wow,
Yeah, they just announced that.
doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I knock on, I don't ever remember having, when I was at school, that was more of a school kid kind of thing, but we never had that issue. But now they're saying, especially with kids going back to school, that lice now is not susceptible. They were talking here, the Zika virus. I don't know how much that's affecting you down in Ecuador, but now they're releasing mutant GMO mosquitoes to combat. It's kind of like they're piling.
Yes, I read about that.
Yeah, they're piling up. They create the problem, and then they create bigger problems to fix, the problem that they created to begin with. And it's amazing. And I'm happy that you've written a book that you've done, because see, I think of stress as my phone's ringing. I have a ton of deadlines. I got mortgages to pay. I got, the stresses of life. And, you've included the product end, the stuff that we use day to day, the things that we're exposed to, that we don't have control over, because a lot of people are like, well, it's stress. You can control your stress. But in your book and, what you just discussed, there's a lot of things that you can't, depending upon your economic class, you can't control. You go to a grocery store and you pretty much are presented with food that you're presented with. And I know of a lot of wealthy people, like you said, the economic issue is that I do know a lot of my wealthy buddies and stuff, they'll get their fresh, homegrown carrots and stuff that are brought in because they can afford to pay that extra money, where, people that are living on a fixed budget, get what they get. And most of the food in our grocery stores now are, have so much pesticides in them and GMO and all those things. And, like I said, your book was scary. I'm glad you're writing about it, that you've written about it, because you've exposed the bigger picture. But it is scary at the same time. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, this is not good. This is not good. So I don't know if you can hear, we got music going on in the background that tells us that we are reaching the top of the hour. Mary, can you hang on for another segment? And then, because I
I sure can.
now we laid out the issues, and now let's talk about some solutions. I think they're pretty obvious from what you said earlier. But we are talking with Dr. Mary Wingo, stress expert. Interesting conversation. Like I said, she's opened my eyes to some things that I need to do. Forget about answering the phones and stuff. I got some house cleaning that I need to do, literally, and basically I need to throw out some of those products.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Who am I? Who am I? What's my name? As you join us here on the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast, join us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Also on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all of those. All you have to do is put in The Midnight Ocean and we'll come up. Not that hard to find. You can catch us here every Monday through Friday from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And on tonight's show, we have a very special guest, Dr. Mary Wingo. Doctor, are you there?
I am here.
Yeah, you talk about, stress. Every time, I've been doing this for years, and every time I go, and I know we were talking about this with another guest. It's amazing. No matter how many times I've done this, and if you count it up 1,000 times, I push that phone button to bring a guest on. I always, are you there? That and my heart beats, waiting for that no response, for that dead air. And 98% of the time they're like, yeah, we're here. But I still and everything. But it's amazing because I will have to say, and I'm really, really glad, because I think there's things here that you're talking about that our guests need to hear, because a lot of people, when you mention stress, they have the same misconceptions that I have about stress. And you before going on the break, you talked about the environmental aspect of it, the junk that we put on our body and everything, and how we're creating undue stress because our body does have to process that. And we are destroying the normal flora, I guess is the scientific term, that things that, our body used or has a relationship, we're destroying that in a lot of regard. And it is causing undue stress to our body because our body has to compensate. One thing that you said, let's talk about the physiological effects on the brain. I know you mentioned cortisol levels drop. Now, I mean, our and this is going to lead to my next question for you. Now, when you are placed, do people have a what is, number one, what is cortisol? What is it? What's its function within the body?
Okay. Well, cortisol. Now, this took me many, many years to really understand what cortisol is. What is the true existential purpose of cortisol?
Okay.
Because it's a steroid hormone.
Yeah.
And it's a long-lasting. Unlike, say, adrenaline, which comes on and goes out in a matter of seconds or minutes, cortisol can last, for days to weeks to months. And basically what the true purpose of cortisol is to allow for whatever tissue happens to be stressed to undergo the phase shift to become more plastic. So basically the cortisol is the actual hormonal mechanism for which we become more plastic, so that we have an opportunity to respond and adapt to the environment. And
Gotcha.
of course you could see, where the advantages of this are, we have this magical mechanism, and there's many mechanisms involved in the stress response, but we have this magical mechanism that, allows us to become our tissues to become more flexible and more actually open to the environment, so that we can exchange matter and energy more readily. And that's what adaptation is about. It's about maintaining feedback from the environment and then readapting your physiology in order to meet the demands of the environment.
Gotcha. So, now I guess my first question is a newborn baby, as I held my grandson over the weekend and everything. So do we find that babies have a higher part, in relative to their body mass and everything, have high cortisol level? Because you would think that they're the ones that are adjusting the most to the environment because it's all new to them. Is that research?
That I am not sure of. I am not sure of, but as far as, because the stress response is not all inclusive of cortisol. There is it is a cascade of physiological mechanisms that span from the central nervous system to the peripheral nervous system to the endocrine to the immune, and then finally to the actual functional levels of whatever tissue, whether it's your cardiac, your digestive, your bone tissue. It's whatever tissue happens to, be under
Gotcha.
stress at that moment. But yes, absolutely. I mean, this is why babies. Well, we're basically born like larvae. We're we're not precocious at all.
Yeah.
I mean, if we think kittens are not well formed when they're born, or baby mice, we're even worse as humans. And so, absolutely, I mean, the instinct to protect a baby is because that child is very, very vulnerable to the ravages of stress.
Yeah.
It was once considered you didn't even name your kid until they were like 5 or 6 years old.
Oh,
back
absolutely.
in
Yeah.
the, old times, because you didn't know if
They were going to live.
the bugger was going to make it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. So yeah, childhood is a very vulnerable time, and especially for trauma. This is why the effects of a childhood abuse. This is very fascinating. The effects of childhood abuse extend well into adulthood, and there's a study called the Adverse Childhood Experience Study, and it's been several decades in the making. It's, I believe, Alan Fratoli is in charge of this study, and basically it's just 10 questions. It includes stuff like, were you in, your parents divorced, or did they have mental problems or drug issues, or were they in prison? Were you exposed to domestic violence? Those type of questions. There's 10 of them, and what he has found very distinctly is basically a stair step correlation to the more questions that you answer yes to. Okay, so that is the more trauma that you're exposed to, the higher incidence of just about almost everything. I mean, every stress-related disease, and including psychosis, including addictions, including, not just organic disease, but just infectious as well. Your odds of getting, like, say, an STD or tuberculosis. All of this just goes up, goes through the roof, parabolically almost, the more childhood stress that you are exposed to. And it gets to that point that when you start answering yes to only 6 or more questions, that you're looking at a couple decades shorter lifespan on average.
Wow.
So this is like an elephant in the room. I mean, this is, the ACE studies are very famous. And of course, it's been discussed many, many times, and the researchers that have driven us have just been very insightful. But this is, we realize just how expensive we're looking at. We're looking at probably worldwide a minimum of somewhere 8 to 10 to 12% of the gross domestic product of the world being consumed by being squandered by exposure to preventable stress. So this is, it's not just a social factor. This is causing a lot of socioeconomic turbulence that we're just not familiar with as a society. This is brand new stuff. We're in new territory.
Yeah. We're, and it's funny that you say that, and I don't want to, get into a new world order kind of conversation, but what, here in the States, I mean, every time you turn on a TV show now, since they can advertise, since, they allowed, I think, since they allowed the doctor or the drug companies to advertise, you're either, you're getting ED, the standard ED commercial, and you're also getting the depression commercial, Prozac, all of these drugs, all these psychosomatic drugs that are out there that are giving these people. And you're telling me that it's as simple as change your lifestyle, or, well, I don't want to say it's as simple as that, because that's hard enough in itself, but there's factors that we're adding, things that we're doing to our body, things that we're chemicals that we're ingesting and stuff like that. And then the other thing too, is that if you have children, you need to make sure that you do have a nurturing environment. And I agree with that 100%. It makes perfect sense that the less you traumatize your kids, the better off that they'll be. And I think that also goes back to the earlier statement you had about your social economical class. Once again, is those individuals who are in higher social standing or economic standing tend to have less of these issues in regard, because there's that stability. Those kids, kids aren't worrying about where they're going to eat the next day. But then again, that doesn't mean that you have abuse at every class level. You hear about it all the time. But that's interesting that you point that out.
Well, I realized that, I didn't realize until I actually moved down here to Ecuador.
Yeah.
They've got a pretty decent, comprehensive, socialized healthcare system that they hold together pretty well. And one thing you notice, because this is either low cost or free, so it's not like this is cost prohibitive by any means. But one thing I noticed, because you have these clinics on many corners of the city, so you can just it's your neighborhood clinic. You can just walk down and get your teeth cleaned or whatever. And I noticed that consistently that these clinics are empty or near empty.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking like, oh God, the equivalent. If we don't even hardly have these things much in the U.S. But the equivalent, you would have, just absolute packed waiting rooms and maybe lines going out the door. And I'm just thinking, and over I'm seeing this. And there's a few times that, I had to go to the emergency room at the socialist, completely free hospital. And of course, there's absolutely no waiting. They just roll you right in. And I'm thinking, golly, why is this so? Well, it's because the Ecuadorians aren't as sick. Yeah. And why aren't they as sick? Well, they're not as stressed. Well, why is that so? Well, it's because of all these reasons that maybe perhaps, there's a lot of much to be said about advances in modernized society. Henry David Thoreau, which is probably the greatest American philosopher, made the case for this, the case for the simple life. But it's important to take advantage of what technology does offer. But I think our problem is, and what has weakened us as a society and bankrupted us as a society, is that we've kind of gone a little bit too far in the so-called development realm. And what used to be an advantage, what used to add years, decades to life, versus, those in developing countries, it's kind of, the advantages have kind of petered out. And in many cases, we could be going into reverse, to where our lifestyle, which did present us with an adaptive advantage for many decades, has sort of come full circle. And maybe we're not fully going in the right direction that we thought we were.
Oh, I'm a firm believer that I've actually said many times, I think that we're actually going back, because I just look at the short times that I was on this earth. I remember my family, and you talk about Ecuador and Sandy and I, we love Puerto Rico. We go to Puerto Rico because we've always loved the Latin culture, the Latin people, because it's a family-based kind of unit. Everybody helps everybody. It's all about family. It's, it's amazing the reception that when we go there and we spend a couple of weeks in Puerto Rico, the reception that we get from people. And that's one of the reasons why we love the Latin, area and the Latin community. But I'm looking back at my life, and we used to be very social. I mean, I remember every Friday night, you'd go, we were always at a friend's house. We were always hanging out with neighbors. We were always having barbecues. We were always having parties or something of that nature, doing something. As kids, we were always looking forward to the Friday night dance, or and even in our hanging out, riding our bikes together on the weekend and playing war or, capture the flag or whatever in the woods. And nowadays I look back and it's almost like if you go to a friend's house, even if you go to your family's house, it's a big deal now. Kids don't play, a lot of times, unfortunately, our kids don't get to go out and play with other kids like we used to. The days of, hey, take your bike, and the only rule you had is you had to be back before dark. Now today in America, you don't let your kid out of your sight, let alone, to tell them that their curfew is XYZ. So I do agree with you. I think in a lot of regard, we are going backwards, but yet I see that the need for social interactions there. And I think what's happened, and I'm by no stretch, I'm just an observer. I'm not a researcher. I'm just an observer. I think that need's still there. And what we've done is we've replaced it with things like social media, and we've replaced it with other things, but you're not getting the same benefit. You're not getting the same community, from those things. And, but I know people that have grown up on, my kids have grown up pretty much on social media. One of them has, out of the 3 daughters. And, you can see it. That's kind of like her world. I mean, and it's sad to say, and it's a testament. We've done a pretty poor job there as parents, and it's our fault. But like I said, I love your book because you point these things out very clearly. And I've always associated also with a lot of the people that are in the chat room. We've always associated stress as the work, the phone call, the overworkedness, all of that. And it's so much more. It's the environmental aspect that you bring into it that I think people, we're missing that. And I don't know if we're missing it for a reason, or I don't know if it's actually intentional. If that's left out of mainstream conversation, because it all points back to, the cheap way, you can just change your lifestyle, or the expensive way and become dependent upon drugs and big pharma.
Well, do you, since this is probably the type of program that is permissive, will you permit me to speculate?
Oh, absolutely.
What? Okay. Well, then I'm just kind of gonna go out there, and this is just speculation, but I think that this is pointing in the right direction. I think what happened, because I've done a lot of study on this, that when we developed the so-called, whether you want to call it neoliberal or neoconservative model, that really financialized our interactions, when we started replacing social capital with financial capital, okay, this is where I believe in history, things started getting corroded, because on one hand, like you're here in Ecuador, when you have a lot of social capital, you don't have near the need for as much financial capital, because the way society is structured, you're too busy doing favors for each other, and so you're not having you're not having to pay anybody to watch your kids. Your sister will do it. You'll watch hers, or your neighbor. It's just considered part of society, and their social activism here. I mean, Ecuadorians will get out and protest. Well, actually, most of the population in South America, whenever there's some sort of injustice, they'll get out there at a much greater rate
Oh yeah.
than we do in the U.S. and
Yep.
I mean, just tell the bastards to get out.
Yeah, yeah. No, they
Those
do.
with their pitchforks. Oh yeah, which and I realized that the way that most of Latin America is painted is just this lawless sewer, but I have found just the in Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and I understand it's the same in Bolivia and Paraguay, and probably in the others. But I know that that there's actually a tremendous amount of liberty and democracy, and like for instance, people, this is one thing people don't stress up. They don't stress like about like cops don't make it a habit of shaking people down. A lot of times they don't even have guns. And I don't know, anywhere from 10 to 15% of them are women. So it's, and they walk the beat. There's very few, that are actually in cars. So, it's just like the old times when you got to know people in your community. And I don't know, and you've probably experienced this in Puerto Rico. We're used as gringos, as Caucasians, we're used to basically being shut up in our houses and not, we don't get out anymore, especially in the summer, especially in Texas where it gets so hot. It's basically like a ghost town. Everybody is shut up in their houses. Yeah. Well, down here, all this, even the most modest town is walkable. Yeah. And everybody walks, Yep. And when you're just walking down the street and 10 people tell you buenos dias, buenos tardes, good morning, yep. Good afternoon. After a while, you're a little bit weirded out at first because it's just, you're thinking, are they casing me out? Yeah. What's their problem? What were they looking at? Yep. But then you realize that this is how solidarity is built, just being civil to one another. The case for civility is actually, I believe, a strong biological argument. It's not just being nice and fluffy, but the case for civility and cultivating trust is actually the true basis of the true economy. Yeah. And the neoliberal or neoconservative model of financializing stuff that was in the social realm, I believe, was the turning point and what caused a lot of damage to westernized society.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you because, and that's why, go back to Puerto Rico, is that you have, clear divisions of economic classes and areas where you have San Juan, obviously, who's the more modern. There's parts of San Juan that I wouldn't even think about walking. It's like that, Chicago, how Chicago's getting. There's parts of Chicago I wouldn't even think about, and most of Chicago now is getting that way. And it's funny because when you move more towards the rural areas and out in the thing, like I said, I can't stress this. The people, it's just a beautiful culture. Fiestas, it's amazing.
All the time.
All the time. I mean, on Friday and Saturday nights, we were driving through the mountains and you had to be careful because there were like on the side of the mountains, wherever there was an enclave where enough cars could park, you always had a party somewhere or something, people were always, and it wasn't one of these things, us being gringos, it wasn't one of these things. It's like, welcome. I mean, we always stay. Oh, yeah. When Sandy and I, when we travel, we try to get away from the cities and stuff because we lived in the big cities. So we look for the rural communities, and it's always, even the week, usually 1 or 2 weeks we'll stay. By the time we're done, the workers at the hotel are bringing stuff from their homes, saying here, giving it to us, and and we're sharing, and it's just, and it's almost when we leave, it's like you're leaving your family. you're saying goodbye
Oh,
to
I
a family
know.
member, and it's sad. It's like, oh, but we'll be back next year. And Sandy gets on me, and the music's coming up. But I always give people my phone number. I'm like, whenever you're in the States and you're in Florida or whatever, give me a call. And it's amazing because you get this sense of family, which is incredible. So we'll take our break, Mary, and then Doctor, I should say, Mary. And then when we get back, we'll carry on the conversation if you don't mind. Well, you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. We're talking with Dr. Mary Wingo, talking about stress in our lives and the human stress response. And it's just, we're learning a lot here. It's a big world. We need to get out there and experience it. But when we get back, we'll continue the conversation.
Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Also, make sure if you're watching us on Facebook for the first time that you get out there and subscribe. We're so close to hitting our number. Our goal, I know this is a new YouTube feed, so we're trying to hit our 100 subs for the month. We're getting up there. So, but more importantly, I know a lot of you guys more than subs, we get viewership. We have some pretty good view numbers, so I do appreciate that. If you're on Facebook, the best way to find us is just type in the Midnight Ocean. Join us on Facebook. Make sure, if you haven't done so yet, that you get out there and you join Midnight Listeners. That's the best way for us to communicate to you. Let you know what upcoming shows. Tomorrow's going to be a good one. We have John Meter is going to be joining us with Deb Mender. I believe Mender is going to be joining us. We're going to be talking about Egyptology and ancient symbols. Incredible research that they have done. And they have actually changed some ideas on some of the symbology and the there in Egypt, and it's amazing to hear the response for some noted Egyptologists coming back and saying that they actually have helped decipher some of the hieroglyphs there. So that's going to be a good show. But tonight we have Dr. Mary Wingo, and we're talking about stress and factor and cultures and all sorts of things, and got a little geopolitical there and and stuff. But I do promise we will bring the conversation back to stress. Doctor, one of the questions that I have, and I think it's pretty obvious what you're going to say is, the first thing we can do is stop using all the chemical crap that's out there. That will benefit us, correct?
Well, again, that is part of this. And but ultimately what you're going to want to do, you're going to want to address all 5 of those causes of stress in society. Cause we can do one or we can do the other. But, if you completely care for, like your thinking cognitive resources of your frontal lobe, but completely neglect your biome and you're just a total disaster on the inside of your body, well, you're still going to have a stress response. So you're going to have to look, we need to move beyond the case that stress is all psychological, it's result of emotional problems. We need to sort of expand our concept that this is a whole biological phenomenon.
Sure. And no, I agree with you, because like even with me, if I'll just use me as an example because I know me, and so I think I'm probably a good example in this one, is that if I eat healthy, right? So obviously that's going to put less stress on my body, things that I'm dealing with now from a physiological standpoint, because I, choose to eat that Big Mac. I will tell you that since I started doing the radio show and the podcast, we don't eat a whole lot of Big Macs or the junk food. It's more sit down, eat a good meal, because we just out of economics. So, let's just face it. Doing these types of shows and leaving the professional life to do these shows, you have to watch your pennies. So that's one benefit. And I've seen that. And I'm already starting to see the effects, the positive effects those have on me. The second phase of it, we talked about the communal phase. And I think that we as a culture, most cultures, and I think, is this unique? And I'm going to ask this question, do you find it unique to the American lifestyle that most here in America, we're very mobile? We're very mobile. You can get in a car, and drive, but the whole concept of family, most families or my family, I would say, I mean, we're in what, 4 or 5 different states at any given time. I mean, we're no longer that communal, where we get together on Saturday and have dinner, or Sunday have dinner, or whatever. It's, either, video conferencing through Skype or some other product, or just texting. I mean, that's how we communicate with each other these days. And obviously, that leads to a sense of stress. And then on top of that, you pile all the other stuff up. What are some of the things that we can do now? And this may be just the American in me, because we want the quick fix, right? We want the pill. Just give me the pill. I don't want to do the work. Just give me the pill that's going to fix it for us. But in reality, what are your recommendations that we can do now to, slowly change our thing? Because I also wanted to ask you, is there a detox process that we have to go through? Because we put all these chemicals and all of these environmental influences into our lives, and they've replaced natural hormone, you're talking about cortisol. They've replaced that. They've done, lowered the levels. Is there a detox process? What would that regimen look like? And how should we overcome this?
Well, I mean, a detox is a sort of, is a very broad category. And will you very likely have withdrawal symptoms from some of the stressful activities you engage in that you're addicted to? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Will you feel compelled to see, because, understand, a big part, especially of our psychological stressors, is all about dissociating, going into sort of like a fugue response where you cease to be present in present reality. Your mind spaces out, as a response to emotional and psychological stress, and there's a tendency to develop some sort of dissociative disorder. So these type of things, because they are mediated by endogenous opiates, like your endorphins, you can become addicted to these processes, and they can become a very touchy process to extricate oneself from. But ultimately, what you want to do, number one, you want to understand that stress is additive. Okay, and so if you're doing, like, say, you treat yourself as you would a training athlete for a marathon or for the Olympics. Okay, if you are going to be anticipating, an event where you're having to commit to a high performance and a lot of concentration, then by default, unless one thing a lot of people don't realize is that unless you decrease the complexity in other parts of your life, you're just going to be burning the candle at both ends and creating states that are the causes and conditions for an explosion of stress-related diseases or early deaths or disability. So, you have to realize that it's additive. And if you're going to engage in something that's going to take a lot of your resources, okay, your adaptive resources, you've got to decrease stress in other parts of your life. And another thing, and I go over this in my book, and if your listeners, they can go over to my website at marywingo.com and get a free excerpt of this, which I outline, there's a framework for which, knowing these 5 different causes, okay, of stress, you can sit down like you would, like, say, a money diary or a food diary if you're trying to go on a diet, or if you're trying to go on a money diet, stay within budget. It's sort of the same concept. You sit down and you list every single stressor, okay? And now that you understand where the 5 causes of stress are, you've got the vocabulary, and you can just sit down and list them out. You can enlist, you can do it yourself, enlist the help of your family, friends, therapist, support group, that kind of thing. But don't be surprised if, the typical, European or, North American has, well over 100. It might take weeks to fully create a complete list. And then what you do is you look at what you can change and you can just eliminate it. And then if you're in a strained community, okay, if you're in a community under stress, which that is also true, then you do the same thing except on a community level.
Yeah.
So if you're dealing with pollution or unequal societies, well, this is where social activism comes in. Revolutions are not caused by people under steady states. Revolutions are caused by, when you have a collective, large group of people that are under stress and that, are fearing for their existence.
Yeah.
Revolutions are caused by stress.
Yep.
And that's how you can address it on a community. I mean, it's basically, civil disobedience and social activism.
Yeah. Yeah. And and it's funny that you say that because I have a lot of friends who watch what's going on in in America. There's a lot of issues, be it the shootings. We have rioting in Milwaukee and things of that nature. And you can watch the agitators who will ratchet the stress. You can watch them do it, and you can watch the people who are trying to calm people say, "Hey, look," and you can see, and it's amazing how you got two different levels of emotion, and they're completely opposite of each other, and it's kind of like a tug of war, and you can sit there and watch and see who wins, and it's almost, and I hate to say it, but it's almost that the stress always wins. And it just seems that and the reason for that is because that's typically the message that's put out there, right? They don't talk about the peace gatherings and the people in the community that did this or did that. And then it's amazing that when you watch the news cycle, when the show's over kind of deal, the news got their 5 or 6 days of news feeds for that news cycle, then you start seeing the human emotion stories come out, the things that actually calm people down. It is a cycle. I've seen that straight out. I've never been able to really understand the dynamics of that, but I now, after talking with you, I now see what's going on is that they're inflating it to get their news, and then they deflate it, and they bring out the community is now in cleanup mode, and look, we've all come together, and we've all come together. Where 2 days before it was all screaming, yelling, and calling everybody names and stuff. So, well, thank you. You helped me get the game plan for that one and stuff. But no, I mean,
well, let me expand on this. Now we have to understand that 90% of our media is controlled by 6 corporate entities.
Sure.
So, what we're getting on mainstream, media may or may not be reflective of what reality is. Mm-hmm. But understand this as well. One thing, and this is, when you've lived out of the U.S., and especially when you've lived in a so-called developing country for several years, you realize one thing that the U.S. is absolutely, corners the market on, is marketing and the media and the cultivation. So the U.S. has got a very sophisticated marketing and media propaganda or non-propaganda system.
Yep.
That, like a lot of countries in South America are just like starting to kind of get a handle of themselves. And so, yeah, I would say, if anyone were to ask me, be very leery of the media. Yeah. It's been honed to a fine art. The art of brainwashing and gaslighting and mind control. It very much, and as a result, I don't even watch this stuff. I don't even have a TV anymore.
Yeah,
because I realized it was affecting. It was causing a lot lot of turbulence in my brain.
Yeah, no,
for instance.
I agree. I mean, I tell people all the time that, it sucks your soul. And it's funny that you say it, because when we go to like Mexico City, I don't know if you have this in Ecuador, but when you go to the bigger cities, like not the house cleaning, but the office cleaning staff, they wear like jumpsuits that are they look like NASCAR race car drivers, because they're all sponsored with advertising. Yep. And there's advertising everywhere. And it's funny because people there in Latin, they'll ask me, they say, well, don't you have it in America? It's like, no. And they're like, why not? It's like, because we don't need to. They perfected it. We don't need those visuals, because they found a way of embedding those visuals in our head anyways, with symbology and, and so we don't have to go to the visual aspect, because they've got us at the subconscious level. And stuff. But yeah, for those that are listening, that, that have not been in Central America, you go out there, everything's visual. It is so visual. I mean, Latin America is such a visual. It is
very visual.
Very visual. Where here, as you said, in the United States, we have perfected the subconscious implementation of a lot of these marketings. I mean, there's songs, there's things that they do. There's, they're starting to corner scents now, where if you smell flowers, you automatically think of Downey, or, it's just amazing how, and that all goes back. I don't know if you ever read a book. It's called the Stock Institute. It was. I
have not.
Yeah, it was formed in the late or mid 60s, right after. Well, it was formed by some of the Nazi psychologists and stuff that came out of the Nazi party. And, who knows how to move people, right? I mean, come on. And so the British picked them up, and they started an institute called the Travstock Institute. And it's basically all about social engineering and how to get people to move. And it opened my eyes. But you're right. I mean, you tie this in, they talk in there, obviously they're talking about emotion and all of that, but you've tied it in even one step further. A lot of the principles that they deploy are actually stress points on us, and people react obviously to stress. I mean, stress is, you get a response, and once their whole principle is they got to get a response from you. Once they get a response from you, then they can reprogram you. And it looks like they're using different stress tactics. They're using different tactics to invoke a stress response. Once they invoke the stress response, you say that your cortisol levels go up. That makes you more malleable. And then
that's right.
And then allows them now that you're malleable, that allows them to feed you their BS in essence. And it's
and so now, okay, see, you're really grasping this concept of what stress really is now. So it's I'm you're relating that very, very well to your listeners, because you really, when we're talking about cognitive overload, we really, I mean, this is stuff that for the most part we can change ourselves. We actually have, this is one little realm of our reality that we actually do have control over. But I would, like for instance with me, and understand, I'm not a typical, North American. I'm much a highly sensitive person, and I realized that my own society was not conducive for me in a stress manner. And that's the reason why I left. But I realized just for myself, just being a scientist and observing myself, that I couldn't tolerate endless exposure to Tarantino flicks. Yeah. I mean, I love Tarantino, or Fast and Furious, or, extremely violent, which, by the way, is an American phenomenon. Mm-hmm. You do not have South Americans, producing Tarantino type flicks. That's only U.S. That's only United States that does that. But I think that just the constant exposure to this to the type of hypnotic trance that the way like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, all those, the way that the actual screen setup is designed, it is meant to just to mess with your head and to, again, triggers those stress points, make you more valuable, maybe put you under a slight hypnotic trance or a dissociative state, and just totally screw your head on, the wrong way. That's a major cause of stress in our society.
Yep.
And honestly, I don't think there's a single person out there, if they, were just to throw that garbage out, that they wouldn't greatly benefit in a very rapid, have maybe better concentration, better emotional regulation than not.
No, I can tell you without a doubt. I mean, I was a guy that would probably watch on an average of 4 to 5 hours of TV. But then when I started doing the show, you got to switch some things, got to move some things around. So I might only get about an hour in of news now. And I can tell you that my cognitive levels have gone up. I mean, I'm able to retain more. I'm able to, just in a short time, because that was one of the things I told Sandy, because I did another show a couple years back where I was on it. I was quick, could quote quotes, pull up news clips, things of that nature. And when I started this show, it was difficult for me, but I found myself, once I turned off the TV, spent more time. Instead of watching 4 to 5 hours of TV on a day, I was reading 4 to 5 hours on a day. I found myself, it's starting to come back, and then the things, and I think you're absolutely right. And I look at all the shows out there, and I take your 5 principles, and I apply them to those shows, and it's amazing the brainwashing that's going on. It really is. And it's, now I'm really, really interested in your field of study, because I knew that, like I said, the Trash Talk Institute and the things that they did. But I'm like, how do you get people to move, how do masses move? And now I understand the physiological, because you've explained it. I create stress. I create cortisone levels. Cortisone levels prepares your body to be more malleable. Now that you're malleable, then I can be more suggestive, and then I can control you. And, they hit every gamut. They get your emotions through politics.
There you go.
They get you through love.
There you go.
You see The Bachelor. They get you through envy. You sit there and watch the Kardashians. Oh, I want to live that. I'm envious. I'm worthless because I don't have, XYZ and all of this. And, that creates stress. And then now you're there, and then now they can feed product to you and get you to buy certain, as the heavens open, Doctor, I just got to say, the heavens open.
You see how the financialization of the stuff that's normally in the social realm, so, okay, you do, this has been a major materialist programming. And, I've not discussed this on any other show before, so I'll just bring it up now. A thing that, okay, here's something I'm just kind of pulling off the top of my head that your listeners are really going to want to know, and I think you'll like this too, is the more complex the system that you have is, okay, so the more materialistic we get, the more busy we get, the more complex our systems are, okay, then the more stress you're going to have. Okay, I mean it's basically the laws of thermodynamics. I mean, we're talking, just the basic laws of the nature of complex systems.
Yep.
And so I realized, and I've tried all this stuff with me. I've been my own guinea pig, and I've come out pretty good on the other side. But I realized the more complex I kept my thinking, my material wants, just the actions in my life, the more stress.
Yeah. Hey, doctor.
Just automatically.
Hey, doctor. I want you, because we're coming up on our break. I probably should have stopped you before we started this part of the conversation. But I want you to hold this, because I think our guests I know where you're going with this, because that was going to be the next part, and everything. Can we come back after the break, and then we'll kind of restart this uninterrupted, because I think our listeners need to hear this full thing that you're going to be throwing out there. I think I know where you're going with it, and I don't want it to be interrupted by a break. So is that okay? We'll shelve it, and then we'll come right back.
Absolutely.
All right. So you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
You're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. I don't know how that gets back in our deck. I removed it a couple times. Well, I do know how. Answers the long question. That's not as scary as what happened earlier today, or at the beginning of the show when we had when my iPhone decided that it was going to come on and start talking to me right in the middle as we were telling a ghost story. So that was a little bizarre and everything. But right now, we have Dr. Mary Wingo, Ph.D. We're talking about her book, The Impact of Stress in the Human Response. Getting into some deep conversations as we go through the night. And but before we bring the good doctor back on, I do want to tell people that if you're joining us, it is at the midnight, the witching hour. But if you're joining us, I know a lot of you guys are, as you roll off of some of your other shows, please make sure we are so close to hitting our subs, our goal for our subs. We'd like to get 100 for a month, just starting out of the gate and everything. And we can only do that if you help us. If you like our show, make sure you subscribe to it on YouTube at The Midnight Ocean. Make sure you hit the subscription button there. If you're on Facebook or any of the other social media sites, it's very easy to find us. All you have to do is type in The Midnight Ocean, and you'll see our page pop up. The show listener page is Midnight Listeners. Join that page, and you'll get all the news and information. I do promise you, I do not spam people. We do not send out spam to individuals. We keep it, it's all about the shows, the topics for the night and everything. So now that I've done that housekeeping, I'm going to bring the good doctor back, Dr. Mary Wingo. And we are, she was getting into a little bit deeper thought process here on a lot of the social conditioning and how stress is used to, especially in complex systems, is used to manipulate us and mold us. Well, actually, that was my statement. I'm sure the doctor will speak for herself. Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
All right. So,
and actually, that was a very, very good insight. You really, I'm really impressed how you you basically tied the ends together, and you see for yourself just how important it is for us to examine the phenomenon of stress. So actually look at it on a more intensive level.
Yeah, no, I can tell you this is, stress. Like I said, I have stress in my life. I have the things, but now you made it personal. I mean, not personal. It's always been personal, but now you made it, you have tied in a lot of research that I've been doing and others have been doing that are listening to the show. Because one of the missing pieces that we always, we know there's manipulation. We know that, we ask ourselves and privately and everything, how in the heck are they doing this to it? How are they getting people to even follow along with this junk and everything? And with the statement and the discovery that you've produced and put it together in your book. And I want to tell people that are out there that are listening, we have a link. If you go out to themidnightocean.com, click on the guest page, go to Dr. Mary Wingo's page, and we have a link to her book there. If you don't own the book, and you can actually go to her website as well and get more information, there's a link there at the bottom of her page, her guest page, leading to her website and everything. But if you are fighting this fight, and you guys who out there listening know who I'm talking to, this is a book that you have to have, because it explains the how. It explains how they're doing it, and and how they're using our body's chemical reactions to stress to manipulate us, and because we're malleable. It's just so freaking, it's so amazing. I'm going to go tomorrow and take some cortisone shot so I'm not so malleable. And which is funny that I raised that, because I have been seeing an endocrinologist, right? And that was one of the things that they said, my levels, I'm not a malleable guy. It takes a lot to convince me. And it's funny that you say that the cortisone levels are a direct relation to the malleability and everything. But I'm gonna have to get with I'll send you my endocrinologist and my lab result, because that's one thing that they said that I'm low in, or I'm deficient in, and there's some other other levels that they're looking at as well. And I will tell you, I remember the cortisone was one of the levels that they were checking a bunch of things, and I'm deficient. So that means I'm less malleable, right? Is that what that means?
Well, okay. This kind of leads into some like really freaky, mind-bending science. Okay, basically we have two types of reality that we deal with as organisms, all of us. Okay, the first type are these cyclical, repetitive aspects of reality. Like, we know that very likely that the sun's going to rise and it will set and we will go through seasons,
Yep.
or that type of reality, which encompasses a big part of our life. Okay. Our habits, our routines. But then you have the other part of reality, which is the occasional disruption, right? The novelty, the demand from the environment that you adapt yourself and you do something in order to contend with it. Okay. Well, so that is actually what the classical stress response, when you think of like the, sympathetic nervous activity, the fight or flight system, the release of adrenaline, from your, adrenals, as well as, cortisol from your, adrenal, cortex. And, it goes much further, beyond that. When you have to contend with novel aspects of your environment, in order to adapt to them by just, by common sense, it's not a stretch of the imagination that you have to become more malleable. You have to become more plastic. You have to now this isn't a permanent state, because what happens when you become more plastic, what do you lack? You lack structural integrity. So your body is basically in this constant phase shift based on, which aspect of reality it is processing. Is it processing the cyclical aspects? And that is the major part of our life. Okay.
Yep.
Or is it processing the very rare, relatively rare, occupy very little of our time, but they're very disruptive, aspects of stress response. So when you enter the stress response and you become more malleable, that means that in essence, you can interact with the environment at a greater level. And what I mean by that is that you can exchange, matter and energy at a much greater frequency. But then when the other aspect of your physiology, which contends with the cyclical aspects, is predominant, it becomes more close to the environment. It is basically wanting just to take care of housekeeping, of growth, reproduction, repair. Yeah. It's not wanting to adapt. Okay, so it becomes a more closed, stiffened state. Okay, and this is where you get the actions of inflammation. So you see, what I wanted to do is I wanted just to tell a story of how basic physiology works. And it's very, very different than what we currently understand now. What's basic textbook, but what is textbook does not make a lot of sense, and is really doing our biologists and medical professionals who undergo intensive training, and they do not understand the basics of the adaptive vegetative response.
No, I mean that makes perfect sense. I mean, when you do things over and over and over again, you get in that repetition, right? I mean, you're less, you're gonna, it's funny that you say that, because I can correlate that to people I know, people that do the same thing every day. I did it when I was in Chicago. I'd get up at 5 a.m, get on the bus, go to the train station, ride the train into Chicago, walk the, 2 miles or mile and a half to the office building, go, grab my cup of coffee. It's almost like that. You're in a mode of just repetition over and over and over again. And it wasn't until a concept of that stressed us. And it's funny because I would actually venture to say that a lot of these events, you hear these politicians, and look, politicians there's a lot smarter people behind them that have the actual original thought. Politicians don't have original thoughts. They're controlled and manipulated like most people. And there was a statement that was always made. You always take a bad situation always leads to a good opportunity. And it's like, what the heck are you talking about? And from a simplistic standpoint, 9/11, led to the government being able to now wiretap our phones, being able to collect more revenues because they're using, a lot of the laws to get people, they're cheating on taxes, whatever the reason is. But that, in essence, that's at a very high level. And that's, they're okay with you understanding that or seeing that and everything. But then at a deeper level, on a psychological level, now I'm looking at all the events that have been put out there, and I'm looking at what you're talking about in your book in the human response. And I'm saying 9/11 had nothing to do with the Patriot Act or anything like that. And the outcome and what our government used that for is they created stress. Think about what happened after 9/11. Everybody in the United States and in the world, for that matter, was stressed out. You had huge anxiety going on in this country, and it was obvious by the reaction. And so that made it during that time, we were pliable. Every major attack, be it whatever attack it is in this country, anxiety levels go up. And of course, here comes right after the anxiety level, here comes the flood of new information. We need to start thinking this way.
Or policy change.
Policy change.
Or policy change.
That's right.
Yeah, like all of a sudden, we're going to do this temporary just for your safety. We're gonna do this.
Yeah.
And it turns out to be, like wiretapping or having no privacy whatsoever.
Yeah, you're gonna give up. You're gonna give up your privacy, and you know what? You're gonna take it. And I've never understood why people take it. Well, now I understand. They create the chemical response, makes you pliable, and then they give you the suggestion or the solution, and then you go along with it, not because you're an idiot, but because you've just been chemically manipulated. And that is just, and now you tie that into the research.
Is that mind blowing?
It is.
This is 20 years, because you can see how patterns of economics, political instability, revolution. I mean, when you have this in herd behavior, the individual stress, and we haven't even gone over the molecular biology or even the hardcore physiology. We've left that at the wayside. We're just talking about the implications here.
This is stress course 101, Dr. Wingo. I am going to sign up for 102 next semester, but let me get through 101 first stuff, because this is mind blowing.
Yes,
use that term. Is there a reason why you're in Ecuador? I asked that question. I always thought you liked the people, but I'm sitting there going, it's probably the same reason why I moved out of Chicago. When Sandy and I woke up one day and said, we're gone. And a month later, we're in Florida in the middle of the swamp. It's crazy. We're what they call the nature's coast. We moved out of, large urban areas and moved out here where everybody knows everybody and we're all friends. And so now I got to ask, did you come up with this concept and then you were like, I got to move. I got to move out of the States, because I can see we're nothing but just a pile of drones.
Okay. You basically, in a nutshell, told my story. Being a student of stress, again, you're really getting into an understanding how fascinating this topic is, and how, like, basically every sector of society, whether you're interested or not, I mean, it's going to be of interest to somebody,
Yeah.
somewhere, just because it extends to every part of life. But yeah, I mean, it is. It's really amazing, how far this goes, and how, yeah, we can be manipulated, and they manipulate us through our adaptive mechanisms. They
Yep.
induce us in in a high adrenaline state, and then from that goes the high cortisol, and then yes, we do become more malleable, and again, this completely turns a lot of how we understand physiology in general on its head,
Yeah.
because when that equilibrium is lost, that is how pathology forms. This is how we get sick. In general, it's not just, basically every disease is, in one form or another, a stress related disease,
Yeah.
because you've fallen out of homeostasis because of a stressful event. So yes, this is a very, very important, many angles that you can look at this.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. I mean, we didn't even get into the other physiological aspects of stress and what it can, heart disease, cancers, things of that nature, disorders, sleep disorders, all of the, the stuff that you would commonly look at. I mean, I'm at the manipulation level of how they're basically plugging into your brain and controlling you. But, the other part of that though, is that if that's the case, you can I mean, let's talk about this. If you know that during stressful times, you can reprogram you can use this to your advantage as well, that because we're all under stress. I mean, that it's just like, that's just the environment we live in. So instead of being under stress and sitting in front of the mind sucking machine called the TV, which, cycles at 60 megahertz, which is the same frequency if I wanted to put you in a hypnotic state, I would use. That's what they use, is the 60 megahertz. But the other thing is when you're in a stressful state like that, might be a good opportunity for you to read a book or something that will, that you can use to your advantage instead of allowing them, because like everything, it's going to take the path of least resistance. And if you're pliable, you need to fill that hole pretty quickly with knowledge or useful information that's going to keep others, or whatever, governments or people for that matter. Because I mean, let's face it, you have spouses that put other spouses in stressful situations so that they can, and that explains a whole nother dynamic there of how people, you get people, the whole codependency.
It's all so clear.
Well, it is to me. I should might get an A on this one, but it's the whole codependency.
Gold star.
Yeah, you ask yourself, why are people why do they allow people to beat on them? Why do they allow? Because once again, they've been programmed. They create the stress over a period of time, and over a period of time, they reprogram, and it's just, I am so enlightened, and I wish our listeners would become enlightened to understand what's going on, because I think this will really help.
Let me answer your question. I never answered your question. I apologize for that.
Oh,
but it does relate, segue exactly into what you just said. How I ended up down here is being a student of stress. I realized about, 12, 14 years ago that our society was heading in a way that I knew was going to cause an explosion of disease and poor just quality of life, and a lot of early deaths. I just saw where things were just going to no good. And me being a very sensitive person, I'm very sensitive to my environment. I'm not the type that can tolerate a Machiavellian dog eat dog corporate, environment. And it just seemed like all aspects of American life were becoming sociopathic and Machiavellian and dog eat dog, and it was coming into like science, and it's just like, oh God, and I realized that man, I'm gonna need to leave. I mean, I don't know how exactly, what, but obviously this type of environment, see, this is when you realize that it's not all just you, it can be your environment. I realized my environment had to change. I didn't have a concept of what that would be, and it took a number of years to sort of like construct my life to make that easily possible. But when I had the opportunity, a friend came down here to live, and I came down here for Christmas to visit, and I saw how easy it was to immigrate, and the people at the immigration office were really friendly, and were actually get things done really quickly. I came back, and I packed up and I moved, and um, and I didn't realize what I was in for, and I didn't realize that I would be fleshing out the rest of my ideas just through observation of the South American cultures. And they're I wouldn't say they lack stress, but it's far, far, far less. They are far less medicated. The children are not medicated.
Yeah.
You don't have ADD, so to speak. So yeah, I realized that although our society presents innumerable benefits, the technology of potable water and the basics of public health, that type of thing has been very beneficial for humankind. But I think that we've sort of kind of overshot our usefulness, and we've basically, we're losing ground because we have gotten so complex.
Yeah.
And it has become very difficult to adapt. You're not supposed to be living every day a nervous wreck. Yeah, you're supposed to have your challenges, but you're not supposed to just be vigilant all the time. That is not the way we are constructed. And again, you see the dynamics on how society is put together. You see how revolutions come and go. You see how societies like empires become stressed and fall apart. This topic of stress is sort of like, I don't know, it's like a different way of thinking. It's like a different way of how the organization, like a systems organization view.
Yeah. And you're absolutely, I mean, I can see that now, because right before the break, we were talking about the more complex, the more complex the, I don't want to say the factors or the things in your life, the more, I can see now where you're more malleable if they keep it at one level. Like, one of the shows, if you look at modern dramas, the best dramas that are out there are the ones that pull on all of your heartstrings, right? Or all of the different, that you have if you read any good book, how-to book, they tell you got to hit all those emotions, and all of those emotions create stress points within a reader. And the more complex you are, I'm sitting here as the light shines upon me. I get it. I understand it. And, you have filled in a very valuable piece for me. And I've been doing this, research because I understand the who and what and everything, but I've never understand how you can get so many masses to go. And that's why I like the Hitler out there in the world. I've always said it was crazy to watch a Hitler be able to move so many people. And, well, you also look at the time, how was he able to do it? Well, they were under a lot of those people were under a lot of stress, and they were malleable.
Hey, look at Trump. Look at Trump.
Well, I'm going
look
there too.
Trump.
Yeah, look at the keywords that he uses.
Exactly.
And all these I just don't want to limit it to Trump. I mean, let's look at all of these politicians.
Oh yeah.
And,
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
they hit keywords, that they hit trigger words that cause issues or things of that nature, and and then they follow it up with a, with their supposed solution. No, it's definitely I don't want to say trick. I think we've exposed them. I'll probably get the knock on the door. You're in Ecuador, you won't get the knock on the door. But
Oh, you never know.
yeah, I hate to say it, you might be at more of a risk than I am, but I just get a knock on the door. So, doctor, can you stick around for a little bit longer? Or are you good? I hear music in the back of my head here, so it tells me that we're going to break.
I can stick around a little longer.
Just a little bit longer. Okay, all right. Hang in there, and I'll be back.
Yes, I can.
All right,
I can do that. Why not?
Thank you. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, this is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. You can find us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. On YouTube, you just type in The Midnight Ocean. We are actually number one there. And, of course, on Facebook. And also make sure you join our exclusive Midnight Ocean listener group called Midnight Listeners. Of course, we have a Twitter account. You want to reach me, you can always tweet me at the MN Ocean. That's at the MN Ocean. Send a private hashtag to me, hashtag TMO host or TMO guest. We'll get back to you as soon as we see it there on Twitter. But wow, what an evening. We have Dr. Mary Wingo has graciously said that she'll stay a little bit longer. And I just wanted to, if you're joining us on YouTube, you see the phone number. Yes, that means the phone lines are open. We'll try to get your calls in if you have a question for the good doctor, but the number is 312-588-1200. That's 312-588-1200. I didn't mean to be a ungracious host and keep her all to myself and the conversation. So if you want to join in the conversation, feel free to give us a call. We just ask that you keep the questions and comments to tonight's topic. And when you call in, say your first name only. And of course, keep it clean. So with that being said, the doctor, I really, really appreciate you sticking around and spending some more time with us. That's, I have so many more questions. I think we have uncovered a bunch of inside baseball, as I like to say, and I wish I had an audience of 2 million that could be hearing this right now, because it would be explaining a lot. I mean, it's just I'm at awe. I really am at awe. Because that was always my question. How do they get us to do it? And right before we went off the break, we were talking about politicians. I've always said, these politicians aren't smart enough to do this stuff on their own. They got handlers. And if you look at their handlers, you'll find that a lot of them come from the classic science and, right down to the color of their tie or the color of their blouse or the type of jewelry they wear, or whatever it is. I mean, these, if the flag's on the right, they got flags behind them. If they don't, I mean, all of this stuff is 100% staged, and everything. And it's just, now I get it. I understand. They hit you with the keywords. They get that response. They get you stressed. What's a huge keyword in the United States right now? Jobs, right? Immigration. Because I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job. I mean, they made it all about, immigration. And if you allow the immigrants to come in, you're going to lose your freedoms because they're going to vote whatever. And, they're going to take jobs away from you. They're going to, so they hit you at that level. And then once they got the emotion response from you, then they start feeding you because you're pliable. It makes perfect sense. I get it. I understand how they're able to move masses. It's just, it's sad. It really, really is.
You were asking me in the other segment, how, when you are in that malleable state, what are some manifestations? Well, again, we're getting into, since this conversation's really veering truly, in the more existential end, you have to think about, how this affects, how politics in the U.S. is constructed. And yes, since we are the masters of media, of the world, we truly are. North Americans are the absolute masters of marketing and media.
Mm-hmm.
Then, one thing that you have to keep in mind is what they are terrified of is our stress response, because all revolutions start out as a huge, massive expression of a collective stress response.
Correct.
And so whenever you get a large amount of people having a very potent collective set of stress response reactions, then this is when probably the elites are most fearful.
Yep.
So this comes with all of the brainwashing of data, that you can't trust anything. I mean, from employment figures to anything. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like everything is manipulated. Stocks are manipulated. I mean, there's really not an honest market out there. And this is all done, okay? We are fed this in order to keep our stress response at bay. So what they do is they induce the stress response, make you malleable, but then when you're left out with stressed out people, well, that can make the entire hierarchy much more fragile. So what comes to be like a manipulation in the beginning turns out to be what causes all upheavals and revolutions.
Correct. I mean, and that makes perfect sense. I mean that.
You see how history unfolds.
Yeah. No, you do. You absolutely do. And and the thing is too is I can see in the media and stuff how they take us right to the edge and then they bring us back. I mean, it is the most masterful dance that I've ever and the pieces are there, and I see that how they'll take us right to the edge and then they bring us back. I mean, look at the shootings that are going on here in the United States. We have in Milwaukee, Wisconsin right now, you have riots going on there.
Yep.
And the game plan is that the terror. And I've always said I have media friends. I have news friends. I have a really good friend who actually is an anchor at Fox. Won't tell you who they are, but they followed me for a long time, and we've been talking about a lot of this stuff. And I just offhandedly made a statement on one of my shows last week about how the news media is to blame for a lot of this stuff. And my comment basically was why do we in America fear certain segments of people? Why do we fear black people, or why do we fear Mexicans? Why do we do that? And it's because we're told to fear them. And if you look at mainstream media, if you look at here in the United States, I mean, that's all it is. If you, if you watch media, you're seeing murders after murder after murder. You're seeing that, and so they're programming you to fear them. And, we got into kind of a heated conversation is that, we're taught to fear people or certain segments of the country by our media. And then the media has the audacity to circle back around and say, why are we so fearful of these people? It's like, because what do we see on TV all day long? 24, our news cycle.
Yeah. Well,
it's the programming.
It's probably, if I could tell my fellow countrymen, if I could give, some easy advice, just ditch the TV and ditch the mainstream media, and just because you realize, when you get away from it for say 6 months, maybe even just a few months, and then you go back to it, you go from doing nothing to watching a Tarantino flick, which is very overstimulating. You feel it. I mean, you realize how much the media affects you. I mean, it really does manipulate your autonomic nervous system.
Yeah,
it really does.
I'm with you. Like I said, the short time that I went from 4 to 6 hours a day to maybe an hour, and I'll even cut that back even more so. But one of the things that I'm seeing is that even though I've cut that back and I'm not, and my stress levels are going down, some of the stuff I see is that normally I'd be like, oh yeah, and be the first one right there. And I've seen myself pull back even from there. So, I mean, it's twofold. And if you want to, I'm telling my listeners, you want to short circuit the thing. Number one, if you can control the stress and keep yourself from, getting to the point to where you're malleable, that's step number one. Then step number two is replace the stimuli that they're using to reprogram you with something that's going to be, constructive and conducive to better, growth. And like what I've done, yeah, I mean, we're still under the same amount of stress, but I've replaced, instead of getting plugged in by the TV and getting that hatred and that message of hate constantly fed into my soul, I'm reading books on Egyptology. I'm reading books on stress. I'm reading other books that are just amazing self-growth kind of stuff. And I've seen, the short time I've been doing the show, I've seen, in the 3 weeks, my demeanor's changed. I'll have to ask Sandy though. She's the ultimate one that will tell me. She'll tell me that. I mean, her biggest thing.
Don't take your word for it.
Yeah, don't take my word for it. Ask her, because she's the one that lives with me. But one of the things though too, I will tell we talk about, and I alluded to it very early on. One of the issues that I'm, with stress is that I am constantly just exhausted, not tired, but exhausted to the state of, 8 hours a day just doesn't get it for me anymore. I have to have my 12 hours, 13 hours of sleep. And I don't know if it's just because of my age. I'm a young man still. So, and that might be because of just my body like you said, you just can't run at these levels for very long periods of time before you start to have physical effects.
One major, probably one of the most potent chemical stressors that we subject ourselves to is that of diabetes. And I mean, what ultimately, what is type 2? I mean, we're looking at type 2 diabetes. We're looking at the type of diabetes which has exploded over, like I said, the last 50, 75 years. It was, relatively uncommon with our great-grandparents and our grandparents.
Absolutely.
It's okay. Basically, here's a systems way of looking at this. It's a problem with shoving too many carbon atoms across your biological border too quickly. So that's basically what it is. It's too much fuel, too many carbon atoms, too quickly, and it overwhelms your metabolic processes, and you end up having chronically high cortisol, which in turn drives the high blood sugar. And so you can see where, you disrupt the biological processes by shoving too many carbon atoms across your borders. But then, what happens after that is that you enter this state of permanent malleability. And this is why, a lot of folks that have diabetes have trouble healing and get infections, is that they're in a constant state of malleability. You can see where entire classifications of diseases come in from being overly malleable. You basically lose your structural integrity. You're losing, you become more like clay, and you lose your structural integrity. And this is how an entire classification of diseases come about. This is how pathology forms.
Yeah, no, and that's actually a great segue. Is all right. So we've determined that stress causes malleability through these levels, and so all right. So how do I reverse these effects? And I know you take stress out of your life, right? There's two factors. Number one, you take the stress out of your life, but number two, you also take the bad message out of your life as well during that time. But the first thing is how, we've identified, TV, take TV out, take the things that are causing you stress out of your life. what are some of the other things? I mean, you moved to Ecuador, maybe a geographical change or a geographical move is a good idea.
Well, it's not for everybody,
Yeah.
and it's not possible for everybody. I
Yeah.
mean, there are, a lot of folks with extenuating circumstances. Maybe they have family, or maybe
Job.
they can't afford to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, or a job. Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically, yeah, what you have to do is just eliminate, when it comes down to it, eliminate complexity. And again, we talked about overloading the frontal lobes,
Hmm.
but we have to look at, like for instance, I've basically removed all cleaning chemicals from my house. Because ultimately, when it comes down to it, you're not going to believe this. Simple friction when you're cleaning gets rid
Oh,
of bacteria
yeah.
almost as much as like using disinfectants. So just using a slight little bit of elbow grease replaces uses of very, actually very corrosive chemicals.
Yeah. No.
Detergents are extremely corrosive.
Yeah. Sandy's big one here in the house is baking soda. And, she
Hmm.
uses a citrus blend of clean, which is natural citrus, something that's going to
Yeah.
increase the acidity, but yet not leave it sticky and that with water. And yeah, we've gotten rid of all of the main stuff, even to the pesticides.
Yeah.
We won't allow them to put pesticides in our house. And, we have bug, obviously here in Florida. Um, and she told me just the other day, she wanted to get rid of the fertilizer guy. We have a yard service that does the, sprays the chemicals on the yard, and she said she wants to get rid of that as well and just go straight with natural fertilizer. And not even the fertilizer you buy in a store. We're talking like natural chicken fertilizer.
Right.
throw that
Right.
out in the
Right.
yard and stuff.
Right.
So I mean, we're getting there. So yeah, I mean,
Those are very, very, I mean, again, you have to think when you do these actionable steps, what type of disease, what kind of money you're going to be saving in the long
mhm,
run. Just because you're not constantly having to utilize the medical system
mhm,
for unnecessary wear and tear.
yeah, no,
You
I
know, I mean, it's very simple little. In fact, it's usually the steps that end up saving you money. They're usually like frugality steps, but ultimately, like Henry David Thoreau, I had mentioned him before. He was a philosopher in the 1800s, right around the Industrial Revolution, and he noted the complexity of life, and he saw where his neighbors and friends would take on this tremendous amount of debt and become very materialistic and have these fine farms and fine homes, but that they were working themselves to death.
yeah,
And he saw that back then, and he's like, well, what's the purpose? Why live a life of quiet desperation, a life you hate, when it's all just a bunch of crap?
yeah,
Anyway,
yeah,
what, can you not house yourself more cheaply, just as comfortably? Can you not clothe yourself, more cheaply, more, just as comfortably? Does everything always have to cost so much? And so that's what his experiment on Walden Pond was, is that he lived on the cheap. Like, I think it was like $200 or something like that for the year or something. I mean, it was something very tiny. He went real minimalistic, and he just wanted to write, and that's what he did.
yeah,
And he did. He's the guy who actually forwarded the simplicity movement.
yeah,
And so more simplicity equals less stress. So that's like a basic take home
yeah.
message that we can.
Yeah, I mean, when we lived, well, I mean, that's a great example. I mean, in my personal life, I know for a fact that's a great example. We had the big house and the big yard and, and everything. And Sandy and I looking at each other going, we spend our weekends maintaining this place. And, when we moved here to Florida, we live in, it's very comfortable. I mean, we love it. It's manageable. Um, the yard's big, but we have a service because it's cheap down here. We have
Yeah.
a service that cuts it for half the price that we were paying to have it cut, so it's, yeah, that, I mean, that's one trade-off is I don't have to mow my own yard, I guess, is a good thing. But like I said, that's a benefit because we've stepped down in our lifestyle. Now, I will tell you this, that we've accumulated some big items. We sat here in the house and said, in Florida, we have a lot of bugs, as you probably do in Ecuador. And we said we would like to sit out in the yard and enjoy our yard without getting eaten alive and without putting on all the chemicals. So we have a screened in. So we did that, but that created some stress, building that and paying for it. Obviously, it costs money to do that, but the benefit far outweighs the cost, because that's where I spend most of my mornings and evenings now. Instead of watching, like I said, I grab a good book or maybe a good cigar, sit up there and tell me, and smoke a good cigar and enjoy the birds and the sounds and all of that. Now, please don't tell me that cigars add stress to my life.
well, no. See, you again. I am actually. You've been very good, grasshopper, because you've really picked up on this, and these are not easy concepts,
Yeah.
but you just described it in a nutshell. It's a trade-off.
Yeah.
If the stress that you are enduring is, bringing light and joy to your life, like writing this book, I didn't want to write this damn book. I was waiting for like somebody else smarter, and, more prestigious to write it. And despite the, many thousands of investigators and all levels of stress that you can think, well, nobody was doing it. And so finally, I was compelled to do it because of what is going on right now in our society and the loss of living standards, absolute living standards.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. It's a very, very interesting topic, and I'm proud that you have of you, because you've looked at this from a systems analysis, and you realize that it is all just a trade-off.
Yeah.
So this is why we cannot say stress is bad or good. It is just a mechanism for which we employ to adapt to change.
Sure. And I get that. And now that's the next phase with my evolution, is that I'm going to start looking at, all right, I got A and B. Which one, I'm going to pick A, this is what it's going to do to me. If I pick B, this is what it's going to do to me. And we joke about the cigars and stuff, and I know shouldn't endorse smoking and everything, but for me, that's and I know that a lot of people that smoke cigars and not cigarettes, but cigars, it's that, because you're not puffing away quick, you slow down, you enjoy it, you enjoy the aroma, the flavor, all of that. So for me, it's actually a very calming effect.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, and
exactly. If you're not squandering it in a life that you dread and hate, then it's a life well spent.
Yeah. It's
worth the trade. See, and this isn't original. This is actually Hans Selye, the father of medicine, the guy who actually coined the term stress. My research just builds on where he left off. He died like in the 80s or in the 70s, and so his work stopped, basically in the 60s or early 70s. And so what I do, I just pick up where he left off. But that's what he always said. He said it's always a trade-off. If it is something where, the roses smell sweeter, that it's worth the trade-off.
Yeah.
But if it's something that just leads to more stress because you hate it so bad, then obviously that, it's not worth the trade-off.
Yeah. And that's actually one of the things that I am going to start looking at is, we talk about eating food, right, is a huge component. We talk about what you eat, the types of foods that you eat. And I get that. We can keep it very, eat the good foods and not the complex sugars and the complex carbs. But now I'm going to start looking at, and this is, like I said, you said grasshopper. I'm a good student. I pick up on things pretty quickly, where I'm looking and saying, all right, so if I sit down and I eat this hamburger, how am I going to feel about myself? Or how am I going to feel my body? What's my body going to have to go through in order to process this crap? Let's call it what it is, to process this crap. Or I can eat an apple, or I can eat some other good fruit or some good grain, eat that and put less stress on my body because, it's not having to process all of that stuff. So that's trade-off number one, but trade-off number two, not really a trade-off, it's a benefit. And then the benefit number two is the fact that instead of me guilting myself for the next 2 or 3 hours because I, ate this hamburger where I knew I shouldn't have, you get the positive response of, hey, I ate something healthy. I can see it. I get it. And it's crazy that I've gone through all these, 47 years of my life, and it took your book and it took, this conversation, to help me understand that. And I hope it does the same for a lot of our listeners. I know it will. I know it will. I without a doubt, I think there's a lot of light bulbs going on. And more importantly, I think there's going to be a lot more light bulbs going on because a couple of my loyal listeners who are in the huge New World Order movement, have come online and they're starting to listen to the conversation. And I know that this is, intended or unintended, Mary, but I think that you might be called upon by some of the New World fighters out there to explain these concepts. I know it's a weird, strange, but I put a strange twist on it. I have a tendency of doing that with our guests, by the way.
We have a right. I mean, I want this accessible for every community in the world. I mean, this is basic public health.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, this is like, basic, like, washing your hands or brushing your teeth and, using floss. I mean, this is stuff that every 5-year-old, should be able to understand.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like you almost, I'm trying to think how you would teach, almost like a teeter-totter, choice A, choice B, whatever one's going to lead or sometimes don't even get on the teeter-totter. But, that's type of the things that I think would be very beneficial. I'm going to be passing this information on to a lot of people.
It's risk assessment. It's like when you wear your, like helmet or, when you wear, your seatbelt. I mean, it's simply just kind of framing things in a risk assessment and just doing some simple modifications can add decades of, work years, life quality, earning potential, you're not being drained out by, having to pay for preventable illness. It can make a huge difference in the average, North American's life.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I get it. I'm definitely get on a personal level, but then on a macro level too, because there's some things, no matter what you can do, is that, there's this constant pressure from outside resources that are going to put stress. They're going to put you under stress so they can manipulate you. And that's the other added benefit to this, to your book and this conversation that we had, is that we've identified that, and we identified why and how they do it. And so then the thing is
you don't have to be manipulated.
You don't have to be
manipulated.
Yeah, you can when you're at your most malleable state, or that they're doing that to you, fill that void with something productive, and instead of their crap that they're going to feed you.
I was going to tell you. I'm sorry for interrupting. I was going to tell you. This is what you fill that with. You fill it with creativity. Creativity is basically, a novelty and adaptation at its finest. I mean, that's what creativity is. So go do something creative.
Yep, absolutely. And that's
some sort of a creative expression, whatever that is, it's different for every person.
No, I'm with you. And I find myself doing that. And like I said, the quality of my life over the past couple, since I started the shows has increased. I can tell. I can literally tell, because And it might be indirectly or directly, but indirectly, because like I said, instead of sitting in front of the TV and constant barrage of stuff, I've been spending time reading books and stuff. So I've detached for the last 3 weeks, completely detached from that mind sucking machine they call the TV and mass media. But now I can take it one step further. Like I said, I know I'm being manipulated. When I am being manipulated, as you said, the first thing I'm going to do is turn off all influences, outside influences, and then turn on creativity, do something creative. Maybe take a walk, enjoy nature, whatever it may be for yourself. Go fishing, and not allow them.
I certainly get a lot out of the nature down here in Ecuador. It's very easy to just go to the country and just take a walk, take a hike in nature.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very therapeutic place.
I mean, I haven't been to Ecuador, but I've been to South America, and I've obviously been to Mexico and those areas and stuff. But I can tell you, I mean, we live in paradise here in Florida. We're in a section called the Nature's Coast, and it's very, it's protected, number one, and they cut down a tree to cut, as we found when we moved here, to clear a lot, to cut down a tree. Each tree you have to have special permission from the city council to cut those trees down. And then they want to know what you're going to do to replace those trees, or what you're going to do that's going to, offset your, and then, I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's the government, carbon. No, it's all about, this area here is known for its tourism. This is where the manatees come. When you think of Florida, this is the manatee, the springs. We have a lot of natural springs and stuff. And it's, like I said, it's nature's coast. So, well, doctor, I don't want to keep you up anymore. I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation.
My voice is starting to give out. We've had such a great conversation. Yeah, it's like I don't think I have but a couple minutes left. My voice is starting to go hoarse.
That's it.
But I've really enjoyed. And if any of your listeners would like, and I'm very, very limited on what I can do here because I've got a very busy schedule. But if anybody wants any classes put together, any other interviews, tutoring, or like consulting, coaching, I'll see what I can do. You can contact me and I will head you in the right direction.
Awesome. Thank you. And
MaryWingo.com.
Yep, MaryWingo.com. And the links are on our page and they will stay on our page. So that way you guys can get that there. And also, first and foremost, if you do not have Dr. Wingo's book, The Impact of the Human Stress Response, you can get it at our page. We have a link to it on Amazon. And you can go to Dr. Wingo's page at marywingo.com, and that's spelled if you don't know how to spell Mary, go back to school. But Wingo is WINGO.com, and kind of like Mary Bingo, and Wingo. So get out there and support her page and everything out there. But Doctor, like I said, I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. And I have.
Thank you.
You've opened up my eyes.
I will come back. I will come back, and we can discuss something else.
Oh, I've got some now. I got to ask, and that obviously we are a paranormal show, right? But we like to do other things. I mean, you just can't be all UFOs and things. You being in Ecuador, have you seen anything kind of bizarre? Anything strange that you might want to come back or not?
Oh my God. Well, okay. I'm going to have to save my experience with the jungle medicine for another episode.
There you go. So, okay. That would actually be a great topic, especially down there. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I look forward to it. I can sit here and talk, but I know that you're not trained. Your voice isn't trained to go on this long and everything. So as I'm sitting here drinking my tea and keeping my voice, my vocal cords.
Oh, actually, this is my 4th interview today. I've been interviewing since 7 a.m. this morning.
Holy smokes. This is all you're doing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope this is more, I hope my interview was more of a conversation versus an interview.
Oh, this was wonderful, and like I said, I'm very delighted that you have caught on to these concepts, because they do. They're very life changing, and they're very beneficial. This is
Yeah.
actually where scientists can maybe be worth our weight in salt here, finally.
Yeah.
But most of what we do is pretty worthless. But maybe this is where something where we can concretely affect the quality of life for humanity.
Yeah, well, let me be a case study for you, because like I said, I saw my endocrinologist, so I do have my labs. I'm going to employ some of the ideas and suggestions that we put together here on this show in my life, and who knows, in another month I'm obviously going to have more labs done. Let's see if we can mess with those cortisol levels, and then when my doctor wants to know what I did, or I'll just hand them your book and say, here you go.
Okay.
Read this,
Thank
or
you.
here's the interview. But I'll check back in with you. I mean, we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch. So.
Oh, that will be great, and have a wonderful rest of the evening.
Yep.
And thanks for the really delightful conversation.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, there you go, Dr. Mary Wingo joining us and everything as we from Ecuador, and great conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed that one, guys. If you didn't know, you didn't want to let her go, but I can tell, we got to be a gracious host. We can't keep our guests up until wee hours in the morning or in the evening and stuff. So that's not being a gracious host. So we'll get Dr. Wingo back on. I'm very interested about this, the jungle medicine. That's going to be an interesting conversation. So we'll get her rescheduled and everything. And like I said, if you have not gone out to the website, www.themidnightocean.com, by the time, obviously she is on our front as our guest for tonight. But if you come to our site at some other date, if you're watching this, we'll put the link in the description, especially on YouTube. But if you're listening, if you download this podcast on your internet and you want to find out how to reach Dr. Wingo, you can always go to www.themidnightocean.com and go to the guests page, and it will be it will actually be listed as Mary Wingo, Ph.D. Click on that, and then there'll be links there and everything like that. And we'll update the page as we hear from her, and that way we make sure that we have current information on her and her efforts and everything. But what an enlightening show. I've got to take a break. I know that we've kind of went long in this segment. I do apologize to those that are all refeeding us and advertisers, but it is what it is. My show, do what I want, and everything. So I'm going to take a quick, about a 2 to 3 minute break. We'll come back. We'll take your calls. If you want to give us a call, feel free to call us at 312-588-1200. That's 312-588-1200. It's open line, so we can talk about anything that you want to talk about.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. Thank you very much. Andrew H. He does all of our voiceover work. We're going to be bringing him in. We got a bunch of promos that we're putting together for the next couple weeks, and you'll probably hear a lot more of Andrew. So that those that know, or those that have asked previously, all of our music does come from actually YouTube. They provide us that royalty-free music, as if you listen to the conversation that we had with Mr. Ed Roman last week on Friday, you guys will know the hardships, the issues that we run into. You know, one of the things that we have to, unlike most radio or podcasts, you know, because we are going for syndication out there, you know, we don't want to step on anyone's toes. So if you, it's open lines. I had a wonderful conversation with Dr. Mary Wingo in the, you know, in the last 3 hours. And like I said, I, you know, didn't want to over exert our guests. It's not being a gracious host when you keep your guests around and make them stay. But I thought we had a really great conversation. There's a lot more I need to learn. And those are things that, we need to be mindful of. As I sit here and look at the chat room there in YouTube, if you'd like to join the conversation, feel free to give me a call, 312-588-1200. Obviously, I'd like for you, you know, talk about tonight's topic, but if you have another topic, it is open lines at 312-588-1200. So, with that, I want to say we can switch up gears. For those that are coming in late, you guys missed it. We did a very, what they call a dry reading of a ghost story that was presented to us. That's a new feature that we're going to be doing here. If you have a story, a ghost story, a story of paranormal that you want to share with our listeners, feel free to shoot me an email. If you go out to our website at the Midnight Ocean, that's the midnightocean.com, you'll see a red bar that says, click here to submit your story. That's all you got to do. Click here to submit your story. And then it will bring up an email. You can either type your story in there in the email, or you can copy and, or you can attach a Word document, and then we can read it, and I will share it with the audience, get some feedback. If you want, you can, you know, we'll let you know when we're going to air it, and you can actually join us by calling 312-588-1200, and we'd be glad to talk to you about it. And if it's a show about demonology, possession, stuff, you know, who knows? We might be able to get one of our guest experts to join us to answer your questions. So that's a new feature that we're doing, and that was a great suggestion by one of the listeners in the chat room. One of the other things that we're doing too is that if you are on Facebook and you're a member of a group or an organization, the Paranormal New World Order, any of the things considered paranormal or conspiracy theory, any of those groups, I don't care, you know, what group you are. It's not my job to place opinion upon you. You know, feel free to let us know. Join us at Midnight Listeners. Let us know about your group, and we will get it featured here. And if you want to call in as well and talk about your group, we're going to do that. We're going to, tonight was the first night we did that. And tonight's group, I will tell you that we will circle around with you. I will contact you, John, and Paranormal Alert, and maybe get you on the air yourself. And, you know, feel free to tell people about who you are and everything. We will give you, you know, another time or another opportunity to do that. But that's another feature that we're going to be doing in the first 30 minutes of our show. So in the first 30-minute show, I will be reading ghost stories submitted by guests and listeners. And then the last 10 minutes, we'll be talking about different groups and organizations. And if you have a group, like I said, and you want to nominate them, feel free to reach out to us at Midnight Listeners. That's the best way to do it. Stories, if you have a story, click on the link on our website and then submit your story and we'll get it read. Now, the rules for the story are obviously no cussing. Try to keep the swearing down. I mean, if it's appropriate, it's appropriate, but you know what I mean. No F-bombs. Take those out. Replace those with other words if you can. But the other thing is we will read it exactly as you've written it. So if you do not want last names to be included, make sure that you change the names of everybody. And like I said, once we get those, we'll get them ready to get read on the air. And once we're ready to read them on the air, we will reach out to you, the listeners, and let you know that we've read your story. We're going to be reading it. And then you'll also be given the opportunity to call in and share. So those are a few house cleaning items. Like I said, it's open lines. So if you'd like to give us a call at 312-588-1200. Love to hear from you. Oh, what a night. It's been a great, wonderful evening. Lovely talk. You know, the only thing I miss or that I wish, like I said, when I talk to listeners or to guests and stuff, I tell them it's like a conversation. I wish we can do dinner. I wish we can do this over dinner. How cool would that be? To be able to sit around a dinner table and have conversations about paranormal stuff, stress, medicine, better self-improvement and everything. Wouldn't that be cool? Well, guess what? You can do that starting in next September. Believe it or not, we are going to be doing something pretty cool. Well, it depends. If we can get the old SS Minnow working. There's some things that you have to do, obviously, when we have a ship and we are getting it Coast Guard approved and getting all the things that we need to do. But we will be running charters out into the Gulf of Mexico. And what these charters will allow you to do is, number one, be able to do some fishing. For those that haven't fished, there's nothing like it. The Gulf is an incredible place to fish. But more importantly, we're going to be fishing at night. That's right. We will stay out in the Gulf overnight. We'll anchor out into the Gulf. We will stay overnight. You will get the master cabin, and we will make sure that we have a good watch. But more, we sit around, have a nice little dinner out on the deck, look at the stars, put on our IR cameras, and show you some things that you've probably never seen before in the night sky. It's good times. So you'll be over, and that's on the weekends. We'll be doing that. But like I said, there's some other things, but we'll keep it posted here. We will let you guys know in the future. And of course, I am your captain. I am the master of ceremonies and stuff, but we're in the process of getting all of the paperwork and legal requirements that we need to do. So, how fun would that? Go out in the Gulf, sit out, do some fishing, have a nice dinner, all catered by us, cooked by moi, and everything. We'll cook our fresh fish if we catch anything. And then after that, we will sit around and enjoy the sights and sounds of the Gulf. And maybe, catch a few unidentified flying objects out there with our night vision goggles. So I think that takes care of all the house cleaning as far as that goes. I did want to, there's a couple things in the paranormal news that we can talk about. Let me cue this up. I got to cue it up. And, Yeah. Yeah, here is a topic. One of the theories, a lot of ufologists, a lot of the guys that debunk ufology, says that most of the crafts that we see flying and we think they're unknown. But isn't that what UFO, unidentified flying object, means? We don't know what it is. We don't know who owns it. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be an alien craft. But a lot of them will say that these are government crafts. So apparently over London, it's been reported a new top secret U.S. Air Force, the TR-3B exists. It's a spy plane, and they're saying that they actually have it on footage, which shows the TR-3B in flight as it flies over London. And you know, you can get out there and take a look at it. What you need, just put in the Googler TR-3B London, and you can see the videos yourself and actually see it fly, you know, in the video. And then let me know what you guys think. But I do believe, I mean, that a lot of government or a lot of UFOs or things that are UFO, reported UFO are mainly government aircraft that are flying or sharing the skies. I mean, they got to test them somehow, right? Got to test them somehow. You know, and this isn't a far off reach. The Secret Army of UFOs Plotting War Under the Sea, according to a new book. Yeah. You know, the sea, when we think about the world, I want to put this in perspective, and I'm going to continue to do this so that people understand. The world is a big place, and the majority of the world is covered by water. There are parts in the ocean that we have not explored. There are parts in the ocean that we have explored but haven't been back in a long time. You will, when you take our charter trips out into the Gulf, you will realize that fairly quickly, how insignificant we are in the world. And so it is not a far-fetched to say that there are crafts, vehicles, armies, whatever, that are possibly living under the world. To give you the magnitude of how big the world is, and I keep on quoting this, and there's a reason, because I want you to understand we're very small. You could take every human being on this planet right now, give them less than a quarter of an acre, a little bit under a quarter of an acre, and every human being on a quarter of an acre, which is a lot of land. It's a lot of land for the most part, could fit in the continent of Australia. Yeah. So that leaves the rest of the world wide open for everything else. And so if that's the land mass, and 80% of the land mass, or 80% of Earth is covered in water, the world's a big place. You know, I want to put that in perspective for you. You know, there's a lot of places that one can get lost and never come back from. So yeah, it's not a far-fetched that there are things in the ocean that we would have no idea were there ever. Heck, you know, we can't find cars driving on interstates, you know, unless someone sees it physically. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. So that's in the news. One of the things too, I'll tell you, we have reached out for future shows to, one thing that I've been doing is that we've been joining groups. And with the joining of groups, we have expanded our reach to get some more paranormal experts onto the show. Now, two of the experts that or two types of experts that we are trying to get some flat earth experts and Nibiru experts. Talk about the planet Nibiru, if I said that right. So I am trying diligently to get them on the show. If there is a guest or a type of topic that you would like for us to do, reach out to me at themidnightocean@gmail.com. Send me your suggestion. Love to get them on here. All you got to do is ask. We'll get them. We'll get them on here. We're going to take a quick break, and then after the break, we will wrap up tonight's efforts.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, listeners. As we roll into the final segment of this show, just want to remind everybody, get out to the web, join us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. That is themidnightocean.com. If you'd like to give me a call as we wind down to the last segment, give me a call at 312-588-1200. That's 312-588-1200. I had an awesome conversation with Dr. Mary Wingo about stress, body response to stress, and it enlightened us. I'm not going to tell you. You guys need to re-listen to the show. We're going to repost it, obviously, on YouTube. It's already there. We'll repost the show out there on all of our refeeds. But the information that we spoke about is eye-opening, to say the least. Say the least. Hint, talked about how they're controlling our minds through stress and fear. And you don't know who they are. You haven't been listening to the show long enough. So, tell your friends. But interesting, very interesting, eye-opening conversation with Dr. Mary Wingo there. And that. Talk about conversations tomorrow. We'll do some house cleaning here. So tomorrow we're going to be followed. We're going to have Jonathan Meter and Barbara Demeter. We're going to be talking about Egyptology, and more importantly, their latest book called Ancient Egyptian Symbols, 50 New Discoveries. Yeah, they'll be on the show tomorrow, and that's going to be a fun one. We're definitely going to have a great conversation there as they spell that. Then we'll also bring on Brad Olson, Mind and Body, Jennifer Batten. She is actually inducted in the Music Guitar Hall of Fame, 2016 inductee. You don't know who she is? You need to Google her. It's one of the most incredible guitar players I have ever heard. Just incredible. Played with a lot of very well-known guitar players and won Michael Jackson. She was the guitar player for him on his Bad tour. And then we're going to round off the week with a talk with Bob Fletcher. We'll talk about some conspiracy. That's right. We're going to get a little conspiracy in. So it's going to be a very interesting week this week. We're going to have some great conversations like we had today, and we're going to have some conversations in the paranormal. We're starting to gear more towards the paranormal as the show gets older and more refined. I think we're getting a lot better at it. I think the audio quality is doing really well. And but let me know. And the best way to let me know, the best way you want to communicate with me, the only way you're going to be able to communicate with me directly through the day is if you are a Midnight Listener member. And the best way to join that group, it is an open group, so anybody can join. Just go to Facebook, type in Midnight Listeners, and put Bob's your uncle, right, as they would say, down in the land under. And as we wrap up the evening, what a great, like I said, had a great time, had a great conversation. Now, one thing before we do finish, there has been, and I've looked at this and I have to believe that it is true. Chemtrails. I know that there's a lot of yay or nay on it, but it has been reported, and a gentleman has actually come out and apparently through an inside source has released pictures of inside chemtrail airplanes. We still don't know what these chemtrails are used for. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of theory, weather modification, drugging of mass people, I don't know. I really don't know what it's used for or what it could be used for. It doesn't matter because it does exist. They are doing it. And if you go out to mirrorspectrum.com, but Greg, let's go to Greg's website. And it's in in5d.com. You go to his website, there are some pretty damning photographs. They're authentic. These are real photographs. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Everything lines up with my experience of airplanes, inside airplanes. So they're not, how do I say, they're not faked. They're not forged. These are real photographs. It clearly shows tanks of various substances. Don't know what the substances are inside these airplanes. So need to get out there and take a look. You can probably just Google it, chemtrail inside airplanes. I mean, they even, like I said, they even show pictures of military personnel outside of transport airplanes with the nozzle sticking out and doing it. But more importantly, they are passenger airplanes that have been modified, clearly in the pictures, have been modified with devices to spray these chemicals. How do I know that these are passenger airplanes? Well, because they still have the overhead compartments, overhead bins. One thing that you're going to learn about flying, especially airplanes, military airplanes, if they don't need the materials, they will take them out, right? They don't order planes with overhead bins. They just don't order them. So these are airplanes, civilian airplanes that had overhead bins that they just left in for purposes, but you can still see the framework for the ones that were there. So what they've done is they've converted civilian aircraft into these chemical dispersant aircrafts, and there's plenty of pictures, and they are real. I mean, you can't deny it. I mean, these are not photoshopped, photobomb. One of the pictures that I'm curious is it does show a patent number on a couple of the tanks. I have not been able to find that patent and what it actually does, because obviously when you type in that patent number, it all comes back to this page only. It doesn't actually go to the patent office. So I'll go look at that a little bit more and report back to you guys what that means. So with that, it's interesting stuff. Got to ask yourself, why is the government, why are companies, why are airplanes filled out with large canisters of dispersants? What are they dispersing? So you got to take a look at that. Now, a lot of these could be possible dispersants to for oil and things of that nature. Kind of like what they did in the Gulf. I don't know, but take a look at it. Let me know what you guys think. But it is clear that our government does have the ability to do chemtrails. So, as we run down the night, like I said, if you got 15 minutes, if you want to give me a call, 312-588-1200. Join us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. Make sure that you like us on YouTube. Let me go to our YouTube. I know we have watchers out there, people in chat that are watching us. But join us on YouTube. Love to hear from us. Let's see if we got to our 50 subs. Our goal was, we are at 51 subscriptions. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of those who have subscribed. The next number for us is 100, as you know. And then from there, it's to the moon. Going to the moon. So I do appreciate that. 51 subs. But more importantly, the views help us. So I see Clovis has joined us. Clovis, give us a call, 312-588-1200. That's right. Area code 312-588-1200. Love to hear from you. I know that you guys have had your other show and you're coming on a little late, but we had a wonderful guest tonight. You guys need to listen to this. I need to fill you in on what you missed. But a great, great conversation with Dr. Mary Wingo. Explained a lot of things that completely missed by myself. So I enjoyed that conversation. So as we wrap up the evening, make sure, like I said, make sure you like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and join us, and more importantly, listen to us here at YouTube. And, I promise you, if you follow us and stuff, we're not going to spam you. Not at all. That's not what we're about. We are not going to send you cute pictures of kittens saying, hang in there and everything. That's not what we do. We just keep it to the shows and the shows only. Oh, one of the things, talk about that, what are the rules? I know the internet, and I'm not a big fan of censorship, but one of the things I do ask, if you're going to be posting on a page, if you're a midnight listener or anything like that, and you get an invite or you're on a thing, keep your post related to the actual show. We've caught a couple instances where people, and I understand person's desire, their patriotism. Don't get me wrong. I'm a 3%er myself. All right. So let me explain to you that if you don't know, I am a dedicated 3%er. I will, fight for our Constitution of the United States. Call me and I'll be there. And I get it. So I don't want to hear any flaming, Joe is not he doesn't support. I do. Trying to expose the New World Order every chance I get. Tonight was a great show. We talked about stress, but after talking with Dr. Mary Wingo and everything, we came to the same conclusion. She's in Ecuador. That should probably tell you something. She got out of the country a while back. But the thing is that, so don't think for a minute. But one of the things too, is that we need to make sure our conversations are appropriate. So if we're sitting there having a conversation about cars, right? Think about it. You're at a dinner party. There's 3 people standing there having a conversation about a car. They're gearheads. Are you going to talk to them about flowers? No. You going to talk to them about Chablis? No. So I do ask that when you see a conversation going on, especially at the Midnight Ocean, in some of our postings, have a little respect, have a little common courtesy to keep it on topic. Now, that doesn't mean that, especially in the chat room, you guys can talk and stuff, but, try to keep it on topic. There's nothing worse, like I said, when we bring a guest onto the show and then you guys start, and like I said, we're talking about cars or we're talking about cigars or something, and you want to talk about Chablis, or you want to talk about flowers. It's disrespectful to our guests. So keep it on topic. The other thing too is posts. Make sure it's appropriate for the post. Caught a couple of you guys out there posting, like I said, I understand your disdain and your distrust. I get it. I'm part of that group, part of that movement. But I don't go out, and when people are talking about baseball or whatever, I don't go out and talk about that. And I know a lot of you guys feel, oh, we got to get the message out. Let me tell you, that actually, the amount of people that you're going to influence with that type of behavior versus the amount of people you're going to detract from because of that type of behavior, you're going to find more detractors than you are influence. It's just, like I said, think about it. It's like sitting when people are having a conversation, doesn't mean that people in the conversation don't believe the way you believe. Just means that you're disrespectful and rude, right? And they're going to walk away. How would you like it if you were having a conversation about, say, New World Order, right? With some of your closest friends, and someone came in there and started talking to you about cars right in the middle of the conversation, probably wouldn't like it. So think about that. There's a time and there's a place. So just remember that. So I don't want to sound like Mr. Manners here. Social etiquette, internet etiquette 101. But that's what you get when you do stupid things like that. Or I would say inconsiderate things. It is disrespectful to our guests. And more importantly, it's disrespectful to our show. So, just watch it. I get it. There's plenty of forums that you can post those things on. There's plenty of shows that we will have in the coming future that you can post that kind of stuff on. So and that's appropriate. So as we wind down the evening here, a few more minutes, is there any house cleaning that I still need to do? If you want to give me a call at 312-588-1200. But still love to hear from you. We still have a few more minutes. Make sure that if you have a paranormal story or something you want to talk about, feel free to send that over to us. The best way to do it is go to our website, themidnightocean.com, and then click on the submit story. Couldn't have made it any easier. It'll bring up an email page, and then from the email page, you can submit your story. With that, I'm just trying to think. Yep. I think that's about it. There's not really a whole lot going on in the paranormal news front that I feel is newsworthy for the show. So with that being said, and as we wind down for the evening, I think what we'll do is we'll just finish this evening off with a little music and call it a night. So make sure that you join us for tomorrow for Jonathan Meter and Barbara Demeter, Egyptologists, as we discuss their new book, Ancient Egyptian Symbols, 50 New Discoveries. With that, I just want to say good night. Until we talk tomorrow, my friends. Be safe.